Okay, thank you very much. My name is Bryan Palmer. I'll be chairing this debate. I've been asked by the League for the Fourth International, the United States section known as the Internationalist Group, and by the International Communist League, the United States section known as the Spartacist League, to chair this historic dialogue and exchange. Both groups trace their origins in whole or in part to the revolutionary tendency led by James Robertson and others, a faction formed within and then expelled from the Socialist Workers' Party in the early 1960s. The Spartacist tradition of revolutionary Trotskyism was premised on the need to rebuild the Fourth International, the revolutionary counter to the degeneration of the Communist International under Stalinist leadership over the course of the late 1920s and 1930s. In 1932, with capitalism mired in the depths of the Great Depression, Trotsky wrote, "The whole present stature of capitalism represents a complete, not merely right, but overripe prerequisite for the proletarian revolution. What lags behind is the consciousness of the proletariat, its organization, its leadership. Because of the general instability of the social equilibrium, the conjunctural fluctuations lead to enormous shifts of political power to revolutionary and counter-revolutionary disturbances." This stands, I would suggest, as an apt description of our own times, with perhaps the major qualification that counter-revolutionary disturbances certainly outdistance those of a revolutionary character. The Fourth International was forged by Trotsky and others 6 years later, and we have lived in the shadow of its recognition that, quote, "the historical crisis of humanity is reduced to the crisis of revolutionary leadership." For 85 years, the capitalist system has continued to grow overripe for revolution, but it has not been successfully challenged by a subjective contingent of revolutionaries able to overthrow the profit system. Both the League for the Fourth International and the International Communist League appreciate that our current moment is one in which war, imperialism, racist terror, and the desperate need for class struggle politics demand much of those who adhere to the view that revolutionary Trotskyism remains the decisive foundation in building the leadership, programmatic clarity, and organizational initiative that can advance the prospects of working class revolution. The ICL has recently, following its 8th International Conference, begun the process of reconsidering its orientation, and correspondence with the LFI has led to this current debate, the purpose of which is to further political discussion with the goal of regrouping the forces of international revolution. To this end, the topics of discussion today are two: the fight for the Fourth International today, and the meaning and relevance of Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. Speaking on the first and longest part of this debate will be Abraham Negrete for the LFI and Perot for the ICL. Negrete is a member of the editorial board of the Internationalist and a former editor of the Spartacist. Perot is the secretary of the International Secretariat of the ICL. And addressing the second component of the debate will be Anna Milley, a member of the International Executive Committee of the ICL, and Jan Norden, formerly a longtime editor of Workers' Vanguard and now affiliated with the IG of the LFI. A coin toss will determine who goes first in this, and we'll do that now, and then I will lay out some procedural elements of the debate. So, heads. You win. Your choice. I'll go first. Okay. The debate is going to proceed as follows. Perot will speak for the ICL on the question of the fight for the Fourth International today for 45 minutes, followed by Negrete, who will speak for the LFI for 45 minutes. If the speakers do not speak for the entire 45 minutes, the remainder of their time that they did not use can be apportioned to their rebuttals or summaries. The rebuttal For the first speaker will be 5 minutes, the rebuttal for the second 5 minutes. And then we will have a discussion opened up on the floor, which will be a discussion of 3 minutes each for speakers who have registered from organizations. Each of those organizations will be allowed one speaker. So the organizations must choose which speaker they are going to send to the middle microphone. The microphone on your right will be for the League for the Fourth International. The microphone on the left will be for the International Communist League. Perhaps I'll answer your question. For those who have signed up to speak who are not affiliated with an organization, I will be calling on them later, but there may be limited numbers of speakers depending on the time we have. We've allotted 83 minutes for the discussion. And there will be a break, sadly, of only 15 minutes at roughly 4:50, and then we will proceed to the second half of the debate. I'll do the coin flip before those speakers come to the fore. The presentation on the second topic of the Fourth International will be 20 minutes for each side. There'll be a discussion of 35 minutes and a summary of 7 minutes for each side. We have a very tight agenda. I would ask that everyone keep very much to the 3 minutes. You will be timed. You'll be warned at 2, and at 3 you'll be cut off. People should please mute their cell phones. We are allowing photography and video live streaming by the ICL and the LFI. The live stream camera is set up in the middle back mezzanine area, so if you do not want to appear on the live stream view, you should not sit in the front 6 rows of the middle area. If you want to be anonymous, find yourself a section to the side and to the back, please. At the end, we need to get out quickly, no later than 7 p.m. The ICL invites everyone to join them afterwards at McGee's Pub, 240 West 55th Street, between 8th Avenue and Broadway. I'll probably announce that at the end as well. I think that covers just about everything. So with that, I would ask Negrete to take the podium. Or pardon me, Perot. My first mistake.
The world is entering a period of acute crisis. The working class confronts war and ruin on a scale unprecedented in decades. Despite bursts of resistance from the workers' movement, it remains far behind in terms of political consciousness, weighed down by leaders who have spent decades preaching class peace. At this turning point of world history, the crisis of proletarian leadership is posed as sharply as ever. Which way forward? This is the theme of today's debate. Trotsky once wrote that the essence of sectarianism consists in measuring historical processes on the scale of one's own group. We will get this from the LFI today. They will try to show that the ICL has done nothing but mistakes, while the LFI has been correct all along. However, their account is totally divorced from the tasks posed in the broader world. They cannot put our disputes in the context of what needed to be done in the 1990s and what needs to be done today. For them, it's all about a word here or there, or tertiary questions, which in no way guide the working class forward. If you think Marxist politics means clinging to orthodox-sounding formulations, you may find their case convincing. But if you focus on the actual theme of this debate, the fight for the Fourth International today, you will see that they offer nothing different from what the entire left has been peddling for decades: opportunism and sterile dogmatism. The ICL, for its part, does not claim to have the answer to every question, and we certainly do not pretend to be a pure and uncontradicted organization. What we can provide, and this will be the focus of my presentation, is precisely an answer to the problem of revolutionary leadership, which has been the source of the crisis for the entire Marxist movement in the last 30 years, including our two organizations. In the transitional program, Trotsky wrote, "The Fourth International does not search after and does not invent panaceas. It takes its stand completely on Marxism as the only revolutionary doctrine that enables one to understand reality, unearth the cause behind defeats, and consciously prepare for victory. It is by these 3 points which I prepare to measure the LFI and ICL: our ability to understand reality, to unearth the cause behind defeats, and to consciously prepare for victory. Only from this standpoint can we go beyond the narrow disputes which have paralyzed our organizations and the entire left, and advance the fight for the Fourth International." Let's start with reality. Marxism is revolutionary because it roots itself not in abstract ideals, but in the material reality of class society. The basic point is simple. Without a correct materialist understanding of the world, it's impossible to guide the proletariat towards its liberation. To understand the current world, it's necessary to go back to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. This momentous event totally changed the balance of class forces internationally to the detriment of the working class. It is the failure of Marxists, including the ICL and LFI, to understand this new period, which lies at the heart of our disputes and at the heart of the entire left's disorientation. The problem of the post-Soviet period, from the Marxist point of view, is the following. It was a period of defeat for workers, while at the same time being a period of relative global stability and prosperity. The question is how to explain this without renouncing Marxism. It is in fact simple. With the destruction of the USSR, the US emerged as the only superpower, and it was strong enough to force every other country, including its imperialist rivals, to comply with its system. The result was to suppress the national conflicts of capitalism in a limited and temporary way. This explains why the post-Soviet period was relatively stable, why international trade developed to unprecedented levels, and why productive forces grew in aggregate. In many ways, the imperialist world system is not so different from organized crime. The bloodiest conflicts emerge when different gangs are fighting for the top spot. When one gang is much stronger, the criminals come out stronger. Certainly bad news, but in the short term, violence can go down and business goes up. They can form a cartel. But in organized crime, just as in capitalism, the balance of power is ever changing. The Pax Americana was not only very profitable for the imperialists, but also created conditions for strong economic growth in China and other non-imperialist countries. This process has undermined the hegemony of the United States, and today, the world situation is defined by the accelerating breakdown of the post-Soviet world order. The US must now increase the military and economic pressure on its rivals, but also on the countries it today considers allies. This dynamic is at the source of the growing instability of the world. The post-Soviet period was brutal, but it was nothing next to the economic chaos, social decay, and wars that will come from its breakdown. These basic Marxist points on the world situation are essential to understand political developments nationally and internationally. Taken individually, the points I just made are not groundbreaking. I'm sure you've heard most of them before from various commentators and others on the left. What is unique in the ICL's understanding of the world is that we can explain the evolution of the world situation through the laws of class struggle. We can explain in Marxist terms why the post-Soviet period was reactionary despite its stability, and we can explain how it is breaking down today. This is the starting point orienting our work. In other words, we use Marxism to understand reality, and it is from this reality that we can put forward a revolutionary course for the working class. In contrast to this, nothing is Marxist in the way the LFI approaches the world. Their view comes directly from documents written when its founding members were still in the ICL. The method of these documents, carried over to the LFI, is defined by doctrinarism and empirical impressionism. The documents explain the period as follows. The Soviet Union was a counterweight to imperialism, so its destruction will cause more reaction. From this, it was predicted that in the world there would be more inter-imperialist rivalries, that the US-led alliance would collapse, that free trade would end, and that all this was going to lead to immiseration, war, and revolutionary upheavals. The problem is that nothing of the sort happened in the last 30 years. Despite this, the LFI's website welcome page, you can check on your phone, still dutifully asserts that what emerged after 1990 was not a new world order dominated by a single superpower, but a mounting disorder of imperialist rivalries and nationalist bloodletting. To this day, the LFI denies that the world situation since the 90s is defined by US hegemony. This is a problem, especially for a party centered in the United States. So why cling on to such an obviously wrong worldview? It's a question of method and purpose. For the LFI, just as for the ICL before, the task of Marxists is to uphold orthodox formulas. But if you understand Marxism as a guide to class struggle, then you cannot force reality into theory. You must seek to understand reality through Marxist theory. So in part, the LFI upholds its wrong view of the world out of doctrinarism. For them, fighting revisionism means upholding words. But they also have the problem that this false view has guided their entire practice since their founding and is in every single one of their founding documents. To honestly confront these errors is to confront the very basis of their existence, a difficult but necessary thing to do. Now, those who pay attention to detail will have noticed that on some of the LFI's recent articles, they tacitly admit that there is such a thing as a US-dominated world order. But this solves nothing. Their implicit change is simply a response to the reality in front of their nose, not a Marxist understanding of the laws of class struggle. This brings me to the LFI's empirical impressionism, a method which consists in drawing sweeping conclusions from short-term trends. The LFI looks at the news, sees the war in Ukraine, the increasing tensions with China, and declares World War III will occur as a direct outgrowth of current events. If you take the international situation, take a ruler and draw a straight line, this makes sense. But once again, this is not Marxism. Reality is more complicated. To be a Marxist is not simply to predict catastrophe, although catastrophe certainly is on the way. The task is to guide the proletariat based on understanding the laws of class struggle. The current situation is defined by the relative weakening of US hegemony and the entire imperialist bloc, not by the growth of two rival imperialist blocs vying to redivide the world. This is not just a detail, but has important implications on the tempo and nature of conflicts, as well as on the tasks for the working class. For example, if, like the LFI, you think that the current war in Ukraine will be escalated by the imperialists until they manage to break up Russia and destroy China, then it makes some kind of sense that the working class should support Russia. But if you understand that it is a regional war over who controls Ukraine that broke out because the imperialists overextended their hand in Eastern Europe, then it becomes clear that the working class should oppose both sides, that Russia asserting its domination in Ukraine at the expense of the imperialists is not a positive development. Ultimately, whether it is by denying reality or through empiricism, the LFI is navigating without a map, unable to understand the past or predict the future. For them, the world is black and white. There are the good guys and the bad guys, and history moves in neat little boxes along a straight line. This works if you think that the job of Marxism is simply to raise immediate demands while proclaiming that socialist revolution is the solution. In that case, contradictions are irrelevant, and those who so much as acknowledge their existence are rotten revisionists. But for those seeking to lead the working class, this will not do. To you, comrades, I strongly encourage the careful study of our conference document, The Breakdown of US Hegemony and the Struggle for Workers' Power. It does not have all the answers, but I do believe it represents a major step in providing a Marxist program for today's world. Let's move on to the second point. How our tendencies explain the defeats since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Of course, one can always say that the working class was defeated because of its pro-capitalist leadership. This is true, but perfectly useless in drawing any kinds of lessons. The starting point must be the concrete situation following the end of the Cold War. The wave of counter-revolutions came with a strong ideological offensive in the form of liberal triumphalism. The strength of this offensive was rooted in the material strength of US imperialism. Everywhere it was proclaimed that the whole world needed to accept that there was no alternative to the American model. Democracy, the rule of law, civil liberties, free movement, free trade, these were all rallying cries used by US imperialism to justify and extend its domination. This ideology deeply permeated the workers' movement, pushed by the likes of Tony Blair in Britain, John Sweeney in the US, and Gerhard Schröder in Germany. The strength of liberalism explains the weakness of Marxism in the post-Soviet period. It is a poison to the working class because it obscures the class nature of conflicts and makes everything about abstract moral principles. Now, we often hear the argument that liberalism isn't the problem, that the real danger is right-wing reaction, that to fight liberalism is to help the right. You can be sure that whoever makes this argument is himself a liberal. Here's the basic truth. So long as the working class is under the sway of leaders who look at the world through the lens of universal liberal principles instead of class struggle, the working class cannot defeat reaction. Let's take Trump, for example. His strength comes from the discontent at neoliberal America. But the opposition to him has been under the leadership of the very people responsible for neoliberalism. Moreover, it has been organized around the liberal principles of democracy and decency, not class struggle. Far from defeating Trump, the so-called resistance has only strengthened his appeal. The anti-Trump movement has failed because the workers' movement and left have fought him wearing a liberal straitjacket. Defeating Trump requires breaking with liberalism. This is the central lesson. What does the LFI say about defeats in the post-Soviet period? Its founding declaration correctly states that the fight against revisionism has been a constant in the Marxist movement. It points to Lenin's fight against social democracy, Trotsky's fight against Stalinism, Cannon and later the IST's fight against Pavlovism. But what about today? What is the current form of revisionism today? No answer. In fact, liberalism, the dominant ideology in the workers' movement, is not even mentioned in the LFI's founding document. Why not? Because for the LFI and ICL, liberal triumphalism was dead as early as 1992. This has profound consequences. Think about it. For the last 30 years, movement after movement was paralyzed and led to defeat precisely because of its liberal program. from the anti-globalization movement, to Occupy, to BLM, to the union movement as a whole, all have in common the fact that they tried to fight the liberal order with liberalism. And in turn, right-wing reaction has grown because it is the only force opposing liberalism. So for Marxists, the main task, done by no one, was to build a revolutionary opposition to liberalism, to get into these various movements and fight like hell to put them on a different track, away from liberalism towards Marxism. Any talk of revolutionary leadership without doing this is meaningless. However, just like the ICL until recently, the LFI dismisses liberalism as a political force. This necessarily means capitulating to it. It means liquidating the role of the party, abandoning the oppressed to liberals, and rejecting the central task of an entire epoch. And here we come once more to the question of purpose. If you understand revolutionary leadership in terms of guiding the class struggle, you must look at what is holding it back. But if, like the LFI, intervening in the class struggle means putting forward a series of abstract Marxist platitudes, then liberalism doesn't matter, and the oppressed can stay on their road to disaster. I'm not finished. This brings me to the third point, the road to victory. How can tiny Marxist organizations provide a road to victory for the international working class? It is certainly not through the strength of our objective forces or the purity of our intentions. We can make such a claim only to the extent that our program provides a course of action which corresponds to the historic interest of the proletariat. Revolutionary leadership must be grounded in the 2 points we've already discussed: a correct understanding of the objective situation and a correct understanding of why the working class keeps losing. But as we have also seen, this analysis can only be Marxist if it is guided by a correct purpose, to provide a revolutionary path counterposed to the reformist leaders. Let me make this concrete with the best example of all, the Russian Revolution. The February Revolution created a situation where the working class had overthrown the Tsar, but where its leaders had given the power to the liberal bourgeoisie. The role of the Bolshevik Party from February to October was not to create the forces behind revolution, but to guide the working class, to show at every step how its interests were being betrayed by the Mensheviks and SRs. In other words, the revolution was victorious because the Bolsheviks succeeded in breaking the working class from its reformist leaders, opening the road to its historic interests. This was not done through abstract preaching or proclaiming the need for a revolutionary party at the end of every article, but by adapting slogan and tactics to every twist and turn of the situation, always guided by a clear revolutionary goal. This is the meaning of revolutionary leadership. Whether there is a revolutionary situation, a strike, or a reactionary offensive, the task of communists is to show through the struggle itself that the working class needs a communist leadership. It is from this fundamental starting point that the ICL approaches all questions. What is the LFI starting point? We have already seen how it has a totally wrong understanding of the world situation and how it denies liberalism is a central obstacle holding back the workers' movement. This clearly makes it impossible to guide the working class. But these failures could be corrected with a clear understanding of communist tasks. Unfortunately, it doesn't have this either. The LFI does not openly support the liberal bourgeoisie as the Mensheviks after February. But neither is it working to break the working class from their misleaders as the Bolsheviks did. The role it plays is more akin to the conciliators within the Bolshevik Party during the revolution, such as Zinoviev and Kamenev. They uphold a formally revolutionary program and criticize reformists. But the axis of their work is not to break the working class from these reformists. This is centrism, and it permeates everything the LFI does. To make the difference between our two approaches concrete, I will go through some of the major political questions in the current period. In every case, you will see the same pattern. The ICL seeks to advance working class struggle and break the influence of its reformist leaders. The LFI either seeks to advance the struggle while accepting the leadership of the reformists, or denounces the reformists while standing aside from struggle. Whether it is through opportunism or sectarianism, the LFI's program always leaves the reformists in charge of the struggle. Since we're in the US, let's start with the black question in the United States. Going all the way back to the Civil War era, reliance on the liberal wing of the American bourgeoisie has held back the struggle for black liberation. Ending black oppression requires radical revolutionary measures which the capitalist class will never accept. The movement for black liberation cannot be victorious as long as it is tied in any way to this class. From this, it's obvious that the task of revolutionaries is to break the chains tying the black movement to the liberal bourgeoisie. Now, let's see how this played out in the 2020 BLM movement provoked by the murder of George Floyd. The movement itself was dominated by liberal politics and was supported by some of the most reviled Democrats and Republicans. Most of the labor movement and left openly defended the coalition between black activists and capitalist politicians using the movement to build Joe Biden's election campaign. Here we have our Mensheviks. What about the LFI? It correctly recognized that the reformists crossed the class line, seeking a political alliance with bourgeois liberal forces. But if you look at their intervention, it's obvious that its purpose was not to break this political alliance between labor and the liberals. This is centrism, seeing the problem, but doing nothing to solve it. Let me explain. One of the LFI's main demands is for labor actions against police brutality. The working class does need to be brought in the fight, but the whole question is under which program? A liberal one, leading to the Democratic Party, or a Marxist one, leading to black liberation. The LFI is quite explicit that its model for working class action in defense of black people is the liberal rally organized by the ILWU on Juneteenth of 2020. So on one hand they say, break with the Democrats, but on the other, they promote politics and leaders which brings workers straight into the Democratic Party. Instead of showing how a real working class fight to defend black people requires a completely different leadership, it encourages the actions of the current leadership. It's very simple. The leaders of the ILWU are an obstacle to black liberation. But the LFI nonetheless hails their liberal rallies as some kind of step in the right direction. The LFI is not missing a word here or there. It is building a labor wing of the BLM Popular Front. Its perspective guarantees disaster for black people. Now, I'm sure most of you know that the ICL imploded in 2020 and was utterly paralyzed during this historic movement. But unlike the LFI, the ICL drew lessons from this betrayal. Out of the struggle which emerged in our ranks, we have reasserted the fundamental task of Marxists towards the movement against police brutality, to advance the struggle while showing in practice that victory requires a total different track, that is, a revolutionary break with liberal politics. Today, the movement against police brutality is utterly demoralized. The most atrocious crimes provoke only pitiful demonstrations. How to move forward? We propose to rebuild the movement by organizing around the demand to open all police archives. It is a demand which is popular. It intersects the felt sentiments of the black population and beyond. But it is also a demand whose pursuit will directly clash with the liberals. It gives a path out of demoralization, while at the same time helping to break the movement from liberalism. The LFI has denounced our campaign as reformist. Our crime? We say that we want to pressure liberal politicians to support our demand. Of course we do. We want to break their influence. Have you ever tried breaking something without putting pressure on it? Try it. But once again, you have the LFI missing the forest for the trees. It focuses on a word here or there and chooses to ignore the whole purpose of our call, to advance the fight against police brutality and break the influence of the liberals. The LFI, for its part, prefers marching in the galleries, proclaiming, only socialist revolution will bring justice. Very radical, but it does nothing to advance the movement and nothing to break it from its current leaders. To sum up, for the ICL, the central task is to break the struggle for black liberation from liberalism and win it to communism. For the LFI, on one hand, it's to push the pro-capitalist labor bureaucracy like the ILWU to lead the movement, and on the other, to proclaim radical-sounding abstractions. Our approach is revolutionary. That of the LFI is class collaborationist and sectarian. Without a doubt, the question of China is one of the most important questions of our epoch. We both agree that China is a deformed worker state. We both formally stand for its unconditional defense in the face of counter-revolution and imperialist aggression. And we both stand for political revolution. But as on everything else, our approach is radically different. The ICL proceeds from the basic Trotskyist understanding that the Stalinist bureaucracy undermines the social gains of the 1949 revolution on which it stands. For this reason, we never support policies of the Communist Party of China, all rooted in the program of socialism in one country. Instead, on every question, we put forward a revolutionary internationalist program which defends the worker state in opposition to the bureaucracy. We are for defeating COVID in China, but we oppose the bureaucracy's brutal response, which was premised on maintaining its privileges and that of the capitalist class. We are for defending China against imperialism, but we oppose the CPC's nationalist strategy, which alienates the international proletariat while conciliating imperialism. In every case, we want to show the Chinese working class that its interests are being held back and betrayed by the Stalinist bureaucracy. Now, as I said, the LFI claims to be for political revolution, but this is betrayed by its support to Stalinist policies, sometimes critically, mostly uncritically. For the LFI, the main task is to counter imperialist propaganda spouted in the West against China. However, it does this by covering up the crimes of the CPC and burying the Trotskyist program. In the case of COVID, the LFI hails the CPC's response and even promises an article showing that there were no failures or cover-ups at all by the bureaucracy. This is crass political support to Stalinism. Far from defending China, it encourages the very policies which undermine it. The CPC's response to the pandemic caused massive discontent in the working class and among the petty bourgeoisie. If this anger is not directed towards political revolution, it will be used by the imperialists to foster counter-revolution. A working class answer to COVID would have been redistribution of housing and resources, early mass vaccination, and democratic control by the working class, not the totalitarian dynamic zero COVID, nor the 180-degree turn ignoring the virus. The LFI will no doubt agree that by denouncing the policies of the Chinese bureaucracy and being very harsh, we betray the defense of China. This argument is just a pathetic echo of the Stalinist slanders against Trotsky. His response to this argument, and our response to the LFI today, is that the worker state can only be defended by fighting to overthrow Stalinism. That means exposing its crimes. Let's take the gulags in the USSR, for example. The imperialists used the crimes of Stalin to attack the Soviet Union. But the Trotskyist response was not to deny or minimize these crimes, but to undercut the counter-revolution by providing a proletarian opposition to Stalinism based on defending the USSR. I challenge the LFI today to provide a single example where Trotsky hailed the policies of Stalin in the name of defending the Soviet Union. Never. Even when the defense of the Soviet Union was sharply posed in the lead up to World War II, his defensism was always paired with a devastating critique of the Stalinist strategy. Again, we see the same pattern. For the ICL, advancing the interest of the Chinese working class requires a total break with the main political force holding it back, the Stalinist bureaucracy. For its part, the LFI critically supports Stalinism. On one side, we have Trotskyism. On the other, social democratic cheerleaders akin to the 1930s Friends of the USSR. Now, let's move to another flashpoint, the Ukraine war. Here, the LFI and ICL have fundamentally different understandings of the conflict. For the ICL, this is a proxy war between NATO and Russia over who will control Ukraine. Our central slogan is for Russian and Ukrainians to turn the guns around. For the LFI, the war is about the national survival of Russia. Accordingly, they support Russia. I'll not spend too much time refuting this absurd position eviscerated in the yet unanswered polemic, IG goes all in for Russia. In any case, time is doing its work. With every passing day, the Ukrainian army gets weaker and the predatory ambitions of Russia larger. Kremlin officials are more and more open about their designs on large parts of Ukraine well beyond clear pro-Russian areas. Meanwhile, the imperialists are reducing support to their proxy and will leave it out to dry sooner or later. This is the difference between a proxy war and an imperialist war. Let's see if in a year or two, the LFI still thinks that the war is about the dismemberment of Russia. Let's see. While the position on the war itself is of great importance, the decisive test for our tendencies is our struggle at home. In imperialist countries, the task is to break the working class from its leaders who actively support their government's foreign policy. The main obstacle impeding this break are the various pacifists and reformists who preach opposition to NATO and even the boycott of arms shipments, but stay loyal to the liberal wing of the imperialist bourgeoisie. Exposing these pacifist conciliators and fighting to split workers from the pro-imperialist labor bureaucracy has been at the heart of the ICL's entire intervention on Ukraine. We have pushed this intervention most forcefully in Germany by calling to throw out the NATO supporters out of the social democracy and trade unions. Once again, our purpose with this call is on one hand to advance the movement against the war, totally paralyzed by unity with the pro-NATO wing, and on the other, to expose the pacifists who choose unity with war hawks over their supposed principles. The LFI denounces this approach. For them, the task is twofold. On one hand, it abstractly proclaims the need for a revolutionary party. On the other, it supports the symbolic boycotts of arms shipments organized by left-wing trade unions in Italy and Greece. Of course, it's necessary to participate and support such actions. But the LFI supports these actions uncritically, papering over the fact that they organized under the pacifist program of Greek Stalinists and Italian syndicalists. It's precisely this program and leadership which stands as the main obstacle to organizing a real, generalized blockage of arms shipments. To sweep this fact under the rug is to prop up the very leaders who need to be removed. The LFI criticizes reformists in general, including those that organize these actions. But when it comes to their concrete actions, it seems the revolutionary program is no longer necessary, and pacifism does just fine. This is getting repetitive, but here we have it again. For the ICL, advancing the struggle against imperialism goes together with splitting the base of the labor movement from the tops. Meanwhile, the LFI builds the illusion in the left wing of the trade union bureaucracy, while at the same time crying revolution into the wind. The most significant event in 2023 was the outbreak of the Gaza war. If you compare the initial statements by the ICL and LFI with a checklist, they seem identical. Revolutionary solution, check. Unity of Jewish workers and Palestinians, check. Criticism of Hamas, check. So what's the difference? Once more, it's not about the words, but the purpose. The ICL stands clearly for the liberation of Palestinians. The entire axis of our intervention is to provide a program to defend Gaza, defeat the Zionist state, and defeat imperialism. However, we recognize that the main obstacle holding back this struggle is the leadership of the clerical nationalist Hamas. Their actions on October 7, directed at civilians, were not only criminal, but totally counterproductive to Palestinian liberation. To be victorious, the Palestinian needs a different strategy, a communist one. But for this to happen, it's necessary to be open about the truth. There will be only death and defeat with Hamas. I dare anyone today to argue that this statement is false. For the LFI, to state this truth is to capitulate to imperialism and Zionism. This only makes sense if your intervention is not aimed at providing actual leadership to the Palestinian struggle, but to simply be in liberal solidarity. For the LFI and most reformist groups, it's more important to be perceived as supportive of the Palestinian movement than to provide a road which will lead to liberation instead of disaster. This is not only cynical, but criminal. In the imperialist countries, the movement in defense of Palestine refuses on one hand to confront Palestinian nationalism, but at the same time, it only openly supports capitalist politicians like Rashida Tlaib and AOC, representatives of the very party enabling genocide in Gaza. The SLUS has recently written an article seeking to polarize the DSA on this question. The article seeks to encourage left-wing pro-Palestinian elements in the DSA to fight for a split with the Democratic Party. We show how the defense of Palestine is directly undermined by unity with Democrats. The LFI has not yet commented on the article, but you don't need to be a genius to know what they'll say. They'll no doubt denounce us as opportunists for seeking to intervene in the DSA at all. It may sound very radical to simply yell at DSA members that they are part of the Democratic Party, but it does nothing to exploit the very real contradictions which exist among its members, many of whom consider themselves communists. Far from being hard, the LFI intervention on Palestine does absolutely nothing to break the movement from the clutches either of Hamas or of the Democrats. The LFI sees that these two forces are obstacle to Palestinian liberation. They know that to be successful, the movement needs to be broken from their leadership. But they refuse to direct their entire energy to fight for this break. By this point, I hope I don't need to summarize the two different approaches, and that you can start seeing it for yourselves. It always comes down to the two interrelated questions: how to move the struggle forward, how to forge a communist leadership. In conclusion, I would like to recall the following words from Trotsky. How the new international will take form, through what stages it will pass, what final shape it will assume, this no one can foretell. And indeed, there is no need to do so. Historical events will show. But it is necessary to begin by proclaiming a program that meets the task of our epoch. On the basis of this program, it is necessary to mobilize the co-thinkers, the pioneers of the new international. No other road is possible. This is precisely what I've sought to put forward today, a program for reforging the Fourth International. My presentation was rooted in a Marxist understanding of the world. It identified the main reasons for the defeats suffered by the working class in the post-Soviet period. And most importantly, it provided a road to victory which advanced the interest of the working class right now, while also driving a wedge against liberalism, Stalinism, and nationalism. It is around this basic approach that we seek to win co-thinkers and play a role in regrouping revolutionary forces internationally. My presentation today showed that there are indeed fundamental differences between the LFI and ICL. At the same time, whether they like it or not, the LFI is not so different from the ICL 3 years ago. In this sense, we think that despite all the bad blood and bitterness between us, it is entirely possible to move closer to each other through serious political discussion. We will continue to fight for this, and we will continue to seek joint actions with the LFI whenever possible. The task at hand is urgent. Enough sectarian squabbling. Join us in the fight to reforge the Fourth International. Thank you.
How's everybody doing? I wanted to thank Bryan for chairing today's debate, and also all of the people from both organizations who worked really hard on the technical and other arrangements. And I also wanted to thank Comrade Perot for helping to make my job up here somewhat easier. Actually, a lot easier. So, the title of today's debate, as you're aware, is The Fight for the Fourth International Today. In other words, the World Party of Socialist Revolution, which was founded by Leon Trotsky and his co-thinkers in 1938, and was destroyed in 1951 to 53 by the revisionist current within the Fourth International that came to be known as Pabloism, after the then International Secretary of the Fourth International, Michel Pablo. The central thesis of the founding program of the Fourth International, Death Agony of Capitalism and the Tasks of the Fourth International, known as the Transitional Program, is that the crisis of humanity is reduced to the crisis of revolutionary leadership. Interestingly, that thesis, and defending it or attacking it or dismissing it, saying it was obsolete, was one of the early political disputes between us and the old ICL, well, let's call it the middle old ICL or something like that, before the current born-again ICL. But after our expulsion in 1996, early on, we had to defend against a revisionist attack by the ICL. That concept at the heart of the transitional program, and you can read about it in Internationalist number 5, in an article called In Defense of the Transitional Program. So I think that if we look at the world today, we can certainly see that this thesis is as urgent as ever, and I would argue even more urgent. We have the war on Gaza, the genocidal war against the Palestinian people. And this is a U.S. war, a U.S.-Israel genocidal war in Gaza, and it is proceeding every day. The fact that it is a U.S. war is of enormous importance, and it's something that the LFI emphasizes, the ICL. I'm not sure if they've ever even said that, but in any case, our line is to defend Gaza and to defeat the U.S.-Israel genocidal war, and to bring out the power of the international working class. From here to Portland, to Italy, to Sydney and Melbourne and elsewhere, LFI comrades are part of the fight to defend the Palestinian people, to defeat the witch hunts against defenders of the Palestinian people, and to stop the flow of arms to this genocidal war. So we have been part of those mobilizations, and out in the hallway you can see a poster about the motions that our comrades in Portland, Oregon have initiated and that were passed for the stopping of arms shipments by construction workers' unions in Portland, Oregon, on the basis of those comrades' struggle in the Painters Union and elsewhere for a break with the Democratic Party and the forging of a class struggle workers' party, a motion that was passed in the Painters Union some years ago and has been the basis for much of their work. On the Ukraine war, as explained in the Internationalist, this went from the original nationalist war between two non-imperialist capitalist states to a full-on US-NATO proxy war against Russia, which is a way station, as the imperialist military and political chiefs say, a way station towards war against China. That war is aimed in large part against China, something that we also rarely, if ever, hear from the ICL. And this is part of a drive by US imperialism heading towards World War III. Only socialist revolution can stop that world war. Now, our position with regard to the Ukraine war, revolutionaries stand for the defeat of the imperialists and for the military defense of those targeted by them, Russia and the Chinese deformed worker state. You will have noticed that Comrade Perot said that the war in Ukraine is a proxy war between NATO and Russia. The ICL states correctly that Russia is not an imperialist country. It states correctly, obviously, that NATO is a military alliance of imperialist countries headed by the US. Not only that, it's headed by a liberal party, okay, the Democratic Party, all right? Despite this, the ICL refuses to defend the targets of that imperialist war. It takes a neutralist position, saying it's a war between two gangs of thugs. So a lot of liberals say that. In fact, I think I hear that from liberals pretty much every day. Just a gang of thugs on one side and just a gang of thugs on the other side. Okay? So apparently the defeat of Russia by the imperialists would be a matter of indifference. Now we hear about this unipolar world. Well, in fact, after the counter-revolutionary destruction of the Soviet Union, all right, there was considerable disunity amongst the imperialists, perhaps not as much as foreseen in the prognosis of a memorandum from 1994 or a document from 1992, but there was something called the Yugoslavia War. You may have heard of it. There was the Iraq War, where there was not unity amongst the imperialists, okay, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But where you do get something approximating that picture is right now with the US-NATO imperialist war against Russia, in which the ICL refuses to defend the targets of the imperialist onslaught and uses liberal verbiage to promote that position. All right, let's move on. There's a lot to say and not much time. So we give no political support, obviously, to the bourgeois government of Putin, but we call for bringing out the power of the working class to stop the arms shipments to the imperialist proxies, the Ukraine government. Now, on the basis of what program, based on historical experience, can the Fourth International be reforged? And Comrade Perot said, and I think correctly, that the question of which program is of great importance. So, let me just say, and I said this at an SL forum, when I was recruited to the SL Youth Group in 1972-73, and at that time the Socialist Workers' Party claimed to be Trotskyist, and they called us, guess what? 3 guesses. Starts with an S. Sectarians. And we were characterized by sectarianism. But they, tooth and nail, denied that they were abandoning Trotskyism. And they had some very intelligent people, writers and so forth. Joseph Hansen was very competent, and a bunch of others, who would contest every single time that we said, you're abandoning the Trotskyist program. Until in the early 80s, after a study of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, and after polemics on this by Doug Jeunesse, and after polemics on this by other leaders of the Socialist Workers' Party, they came out in 1982 with a speech by Jack Barnes called Their Trotsky and Ours. And they said, you know what? We're not Trotskyists. Trotskyism is ultra-left sectarianism, and that permanent revolution thing, no good. And guess what? We've discovered the importance of supporting the Freedom Charter in South Africa. Freedom Charter and the ANC, okay? That was an important thing. Now, with the Spartacist tendency, with the Spartacist League and the ICL, we were expelled in 1996 on frame-up charges, right? They were frame-up charges, right? As Comrade Perot says, right. They were. Thank you. Listen to that. In other words, what's been said about us for 28 years was a lie. You understand that? But let's move on from that. Okay? But we said, year after year, we documented the abandonment of one key position after another by the ICL. But they denied that they were abandoning the historic program of Spartacism. But now we have a new revelation. Does everybody have their Spartacist 68? I very much agree with Comrade Perrault that this should be studied carefully, actually very carefully, okay? And here what it says is, you know what? The Spartacist tendency was deformed from birth. We were wrong on just about everything, they say, right? As for your paper, right, the paper the paper that was of one section or another, we renounce that paper back to the beginning, they say. Okay? They have junked, and they're in the process of junking in a kaleidoscopic, dizzying way, one part of that program after another. It's far from over. I said at one of the ICL's forums in May, the members of the Spartacist League and of the ICL do not know what their politics will be next week or next month or next year because they're changing so rapidly. But in any event, that debate is over. The historic program of Spartacism is ours. They have renounced it. They say that it was a betrayal. They say it was a betrayal on one thing after another. They throw it into the garbage. But we maintain that historic program of Spartacism is crucial and vital to reforging the Fourth International. So that's what the debate is about. Is the historic program of Spartacism, which was not the invention of some person in a fever dream, it was the distillation of decades of bloody struggles of the oppressed and the lessons of the past history of the Fourth International and the communist movement, is the historic program of Spartacism fundamental to reforging the Fourth International? We say yes, and they say no. They say no. Well, at least that's out of the way. So, we're going to get to, so what was the foundation of the Spartacist tendency? It came out of the Socialist Workers' Party and something called the revolutionary tendency. As most of the people here know, it was a group of young revolutionaries. Some of them had been Shachtmanites, but the experience of the Hungarian Revolution taught them a thing or two. For example, on the Russian question. With me? And they came over to the Socialist Workers' Party. And so when the challenge of the Cuban Revolution arose, they were pretty well armed to have a revolutionary Marxist position, okay, of militant defense of Cuba, but understanding that it was in the process of consolidating as a deformed worker state, and that a political revolution by the proletariat was necessary to open the road to socialism, to establish workers' democracy based on workers' Soviets, and a policy of revolutionary internationalism to expand the revolution. They rejected the suicidal strategy of guerrilla warfare. And the Russian question became key for the Spartacist tendency throughout its history. The Russian question in the Soviet Union, the Russian question in Vietnam, the Russian question in Cuba, the Russian question in Poland, which the ICL is now renouncing, okay, what the Spartacist tendency had to say about Poland at the crucial moment of 1981, openly, okay? 2, the black question in the United States. The black question in the United States. Key to proletarian revolution, the specific nature of US society, a society in which black oppression lies at the root of the origins of this society and at the heart of almost every political question in this society, every social question. Okay? And the program of revolutionary integrationism in opposition to false roads like black nationalism or following the liberal leadership, right, of the liberal pro-democratic party leaders of the official civil rights movement. And the RT fought inside the Socialist Workers' Party to get the activists from the SWP down there into the movement, to get them on the buses, get them into the streets with the program that we now synthesize as black liberation through socialist revolution. Okay? With me? This was enormously important for arming the Spartacist tendency in the future. not only on the black question and in the extremely important and historic mobilizations to stop the Ku Klux Klan, for example, in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, right? But also on other questions of special oppression, like the woman question, the fight for women's liberation through socialist revolution, right? And this led to one of the most important Marxist journals, in my opinion, of the post-war period, Women in Revolution. What's your position on that journal? I'd like to hear. Do you renounce that as well? Somebody answer that question today, please. Because we consider Women in Revolution, in a majority of basically pretty close to the end of it. Can't remember when it stopped publication. But we consider it ours in the sense of part of our political legacy. What's your line on that? But it also was key to other questions of understanding the Leninist Party as the tribune of the people, the tribune of the oppressed. This was key, for example, to the historic fusion with the former Lavender and Red Union, which changed its name to Red Flag Union, a gay revolutionary Marxist group, right? And then the struggle against Pabloism was the third, if you like, whale. Just thought of that. The third whale of the RT. Okay, the struggle against Pabloism, the struggle against the liquidation of the independent revolutionary Marxist Party as the essential instrument for leading the proletariat and the oppressed to victory, and the tailism of the existing leaderships of the liquidationist leaders of the Fourth International. Now, can people get their reading for today out, please? Okay. Spartacist, 68, and the LFI chooses sectarianism. So we read here, a program for the Fourth International. And I'm like, wow, hey, I kind of thought there was one already, the transitional program, but this ought to be interesting. I'd like to see what it has to say about the black question in the United States, for example. The citadel of world imperialism, about the struggle in the United States for black liberation, which was one of the pillars of the RT. Guess how much it has to say about that? Nothing. Please explain why. Why does the program for the Fourth International, according to you, not mention the struggle for black liberation in the United States one time, not once? Please explain. Second question, the struggle against Pabloism. Well, if you have to reforge the Fourth International, why is that? And it took us a while to settle on that word, didn't it? Comrades who remember and who want to remember. We had rebirth of the Fourth International, reconstruct the Fourth International. No, that didn't work. It wasn't good. I don't have time to explain why. We came upon this somewhat exotic thing, reforge. But in any case, why? Not a word about it. Not a word. What about the Cuban Revolution and its lessons? Cuba is mentioned in a few lists of countries. The Cuban Revolution is mentioned in a photo caption on page 42. Please open to page 42. You can do it too, you know. It's yours. We've studied it. This is the only place that the Cuban Revolution is mentioned in a photo caption to make fun of the Spartacist tendency. Deformed at birth. Get it? Get it? You know, like a deformed worker state. Isn't that funny? That's the only time. That is the only time the Cuban Revolution is mentioned. The Cuban Revolution is under threat right now. Right now. What's your line? What is your line on the riots in Cuba in July of 2021, in which counter-revolutionary instigators, yes, took advantage of the economic crisis? Do you consider the question of defense of the Cuban Revolution in the here and now, not in doctrinal abstractions of orthodox sectarians, but now? Do you consider it worthy of inclusion in what you call the program for the Fourth International? If so, why is it not here? If not, please explain. So I was having some trouble, quite a bit of trouble actually, preparing for this debate for one reason. In one aspect, it was fun in a lot of ways. How would one explain this to young people who want to figure out what is this all about? And when I was being recruited away from Guevarism, Stalinism, in high school, me and my best friend, we used to get all the leftist papers and try to figure out what they're talking about. Like, what the hell is this? I don't understand this stuff. We had to read 2 tactics at an SL study group. I think the person who gave it might be here, right? And was a group in 2 tactics called Osvobождение. What the hell is that? What is a revolutionary dictatorship, etc.? We read a little red pamphlet. I actually have it here, but I forgot to get it out, called 3 Concepts of the Russian Revolution by Leon Trotsky, which contrasts the revolutionary democratic dictatorship formula of Lenin to the permanent revolution and to the Mensheviks. That was our main reading for one of the SLRCY study groups. But why, we wondered, were people arguing about such things? What did it mean in politics today? So I think a lot of people probably wonder about that today. So I was trying to think of some kind of analogy, and I wasn't doing so well. So first I thought, well, here this Spartacist 68, the new revelation and the new evangel, I guess, it has a bunch of things to say, but they're mainly about the ICL and how it's screwed up in a whole lot of ways, okay? So I was wondering, like, how would one explain this? And a funny thing happened to me on the way to the forum. I mean, the debate. A guy came up to me, kind of a little guy, and he said, "Are you going to the debate?" And I said, "I am." He said, "I don't understand what is happening between your group and their group. Could you please explain?" And I thought I should try to boil it down somehow. So I came up with an analogy of a company that builds bridges, and when asked, "Well, what's your experience building bridges? Like, what's your record? Say for the past 30 years. Oh, all our bridges fell down. But now we're very good at building bridges, we hope." And I thought, no, that's not such a good one. Maybe you should use one with doctors. I thought, no, that's not so good. So I thought, why not make it real? Comrade Perot is right and Bryan is right. They both said it or implied it, that this is going to be, and it is already, but will be increasingly a turbulent period. There's going to be a lot of struggles. So I thought, why not imagine that this audience consists of workers involved in a hot struggle, a really hot struggle, who are getting fed up with their reformist leaders and looking for something like revolutionary leadership. And they are comparing the 2 organizations. And they say, listen, we want some kind of radical leadership, but we want to know who is who and what is your experience in the sense of not how old you are and how many years you've lived, but what's your record, okay? What is your record? So we would say, well, the LFI has fought seriously, consistently, and systematically. We have written, and we have fought in the class struggle to bring the revolutionary program of Trotskyism into the living class struggle. Okay? So they might say to us, well, we heard, or someone told us you lead some workers out in Portland. Is anybody from Portland here? If so, could you stand up? So, thank you. So you can talk to her and ask, we would say to these workers. She can tell you. She can tell you about the struggle to stop the fascists, Portland labor against the fascists, and the role of class struggle militants. How was that connected to fighting against the union bureaucracy, tying the painters' union and other unions to the boss's Democratic Party? What about the motions that were just passed and the ironworkers and the painters, okay? That not just saying that they stand for stopping the arms shipments, but calling on the labor movement to stop the arms shipments. How did that happen? What about the struggle to free Mumia Abu Jamal? There's some lessons out there. Weren't you guys because it's in the painters union it was mainly guys. It is mainly guys. In a pre-strike situation recently, what did you do about that? How is it connected to the struggle against the Democratic Party mayor? And what about when Portland was occupied pretty much by the feds and by tear gas Ted Wheeler, the Democratic Party mayor, during the mass upheaval against racist police terror after the racist murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many others? There's a poster display out there. I invite you to see it. How about in Mexico, right? Like in the Oaxaca struggles, the struggles over Ayotzinapa, and there's a strike right now in Mexico City. How about that huge UNAM strike in 1999 to 2000, bringing the Trotskyist program, the program of the transitional program into the class struggle? Did you, from the LFI, have anything like that in that huge strike in the largest university in Latin America, when the World Bank, a pillar of the liberal order indeed, ordered the Mexican government to impose tuition? Is anybody here from Mexico? Can you stand up, please? Yeah, it's real funny, because bringing the transitional program into that struggle meant sparking workers' defense guards. Look it up in your transitional program. That's the old program for the Fourth International, not this one. Look it up. They caused to be organized workers' defense guards, which defended the strike on 24 hours a day when the army in July of 1999 threatened to invade the largest university in Latin America. And as a result of that, UNAM is still free. I got my MA there for $0.00, but that was before. Yeah, it's very sectarian action. How about, for example, the university strike? Speaking of university strikes here, or rather, speaking of university strikes, how about the one here in New York? It was a big university strike about 2 years ago. Right? Anybody here was in that strike? Stand up if you were. I'm serious. Let's see the sectarians. What did you fight for? Picket lines mean don't cross. Is that part of the program? It's very abstract. It's an abstract orthodox dogma. Fighting for that against the DSA, your new friends, or hoped for friends. Revolutionaries in the DSA, give me a break. It's a faction of the imperialist government party, the war criminal party. Don't tell me about revolutionaries in the party of genocide. Party of Vietnam War and napalm in Hiroshima. If they had an ounce of revolutionary in them, they would not be in that organization. Opportunism, yes, we call it that. But fighting against the DSA and the Democratic Party in that strike, which led to shut it down on December 8th, where the picket line, right, where the SL was there, the only thing they were doing, even when people were crashing through the picket line, literally, was trying to get people to take their nutty, it's a polite word for it, lockdown leaflet. That was the only thing they did there, okay? But as a result of that strike won. It is connected to the program, all right? What about the witch hunts? The witch hunts right now, the McCarthyite witch hunts against defenders of the Palestinian people. Anybody here been involved in the struggle against that? Yeah, I'm going to ask you to stand up again. What about organizing immigrant workers, one of the most exploited and oppressed sectors of the proletariat in this city? What about Hot and Crusty as the former vice president of the union there here? Charlie, would you stand up? He was fired. He's been fired many times for organizing unions, many times. And he was part of the struggle at Hot and Crusty to put into effect the slogan, full citizenship rights for all immigrants, and to fight against the union bureaucracy, which turns its back on them. Hot and Crusty, Broad Kitchen, B&H, Cabricanecos, Liberato Restaurant. In each of these, the youth organization and the IG have brought the comrades into it to fight for the revolutionary program. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I forgot. So when the comrades were arrested in Mexico in the UNAM strike, there was only one organization that had no one arrested in it. 3 guesses. Oh yes, the ICL. Why? 3 guesses. When the cops arrived on the campus to arrest 1,000 students, the ICL wasn't there. What a surprise. Isn't that a big surprise? So these workers then want to know, what about the mass upsurge against the racist police murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor? Well, we collapsed, says the ICL. You mean you weren't there at all? Well, did you publish something? What's that? 15 minutes you want. Did you publish something? No. Did you post something? No. Did you put out a leaflet? No. Why? Well, we'll get to that in a second. And so one could go on. What about 9/11? Well, we'll talk about that later, I guess. We'll talk about that later. So then they say, well, what were you doing for the past 30 years? Well, it's all in Spartacist. We were betraying. Wait a minute, you betrayed for 30 years? Yes, according to you. Seriously? Well, what were you doing in your organization? Well, we were having a whole lot of turmoil and a lot of fights, right? Lots and lots of fights for 30 years, okay? Well, what did those fights consist of? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's not very interesting. I could go through them all, said Comrade Perrault in a report which is published here, but they're not very interesting. They're all basically meaningless. Okay, so you're talking about you devoured yourselves for 30 years. Okay, 30 years. But now, yes, now we're back. Now we're back. Okay? They say. They were very busy. But then, they did come out after 2 years with Workers' Vanguard. This is the first issue that came out. Okay? 1177. And in that issue, what did they do? Well, they were very productive. They listed their betrayals. 8 betrayals. 8. On what? According to them, on the black question. According to them, on the trade union question. According to them, on 6 other questions. And then they came out with another issue, okay? Which listed more betrayals, all right? On what questions? Well, on the woman question, for example, and other questions. Okay? So if these workers then asked, so you're saying that you betrayed over and over and over again. How about on Haiti when you supported the US imperialist occupation? Why did that happen? Oh, we don't really want to talk about that very much. We were wrong. The IG was right. But why did it happen? Maybe because of a memorandum that people voted for 25 years before that. The memorandum made us do it. And the reason why you betrayed on these other questions? Well, we were really like the IG, you know. Both of us supported the same memorandum in the same tasks and perspectives document. Now, sometimes tasks and perspectives documents and memorandums can have some good aspects of their prognoses and some not so accurate aspects. Okay? But the argument that this is the essential question and that if you get your prognoses wrong, everything is garbage and your program is garbage, this is the argument that was used after World War II when Trotsky's prognoses of the post-World War II period were largely not confirmed in reality. It was used by whom? It was used by the Goldman-Morrow faction in the Socialist Workers' Party. And what was their program? Democracy. They said the Trotskyists must be the best fighters for democracy. Oh, in general. In Spanish, the expression is democracy tiene nombre y apellido. It has a first and last name. There's bourgeois democracy, there's proletarian democracy, but the Goldman-Morrow faction said democracy, okay, in general. Cochrane Clark, during the Pablo fight, they also said that the prognoses of the SWP and of Trotsky did not come true in some considerable part, and therefore the program was off. Where was the program, the fundamental programmatic questions determined by this? But back to the workers asking these questions. Okay? So, your organization, they would say, your organization gave rise to another organization. How did that happen? Well, we expelled them back in 1996. Well, why did you do that? You also organized some trials and stuff? Yeah, we did that. We're investigating that. Well, what do you think about it? Well, it was unprincipled. The fight against them was unprincipled. Really? Why? Oh, because both they and us voted for the same memorandum. The memorandum made you do it? Well, why did it happen? I don't know. Maybe you could ask some of the people in this room who did it, because they're here. Well, what about this stuff in Brazil? Is it true that what you did in Brazil was unprincipled? Yeah, it's true. It's true, isn't it? Is it true? Comrade Perot is saying yes, and he's written it. Well, why did it happen? Why did that happen? Oh, we're not sure yet, but it was unprincipled. Why? Well, because both sides voted for the same document. Oh, did the comrades in Brazil vote for that document? No, they weren't around at that time. They were busy organizing illegal strikes under the, well, they weren't illegal anymore, but against the military. And they were in a centrist organization called Causa Operaria. Well, what was going on when that struggle happened? Oh, that's the past. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about the past. We're all about the now. Okay? Well, what did you do when those comrades were attacked by the bourgeois state, which put out an order for the search and seizure of their documents, of their bulletin, of their union leaflet? What did you do? Did you defend them, or did you side with the other side? There is an answer to that. Well, one of the people involved in the ICL's actions, that the ICL now says that we are correct to still be outraged about their actions in 1996. Let me repeat that we are correct to still be outraged by their actions in Brazil. In other words, what they were saying for 28 years was a lie. What we were saying was true. Oh, but that's old history, and besides, you're a bunch of hidebound doctrinaires. Oh, really? Were there no consequences? Were there no consequences? Well, I'm going to do this now. Izzy, can you please bring me that poster? The bourgeois state. You've heard of it? It sent one of its agents to the offices of the comrades of the Liga Quarta Internacionalista do Brasil. And they had a search and seizure, right? Order for every copy of the leaflet. This came from a suit which was demanding the names of all of the members of the trade union committee or caucus. And the order threatened to seize all of, or was associated with the threat to seize all of the belongings of the caucus and of the union president. And we organized an international defense campaign to try to get unions to support it. We're talking about real people. We're not talking about words on paper. Real people with names, like Jorge Oliveira, the target of this suit. Worked 25 years, a black worker who worked 25 years as a railwayman at the largest steel company in Latin America, which is not a doctrinal invention written on paper. It's not about words on paper. And what did the ICL say? Ação de busca e apreensão. Action for search and seizure. Okay? Right? Unions around the world were signing up to defend them. In South Africa, in El Salvador, and elsewhere on the basis of our work. The ICL tried to stop people from defending them. Is that statement true? Yes, it is true. They called the defense campaign a cynical sham. A cynical sham. And they called the comrades, quote, taking words virtually verbatim from the pro-cop grouping in Volta Redonda, headed by Artur Fernandes. They called them dangerous hustlers. You want to defend a dangerous hustler in a campaign which is a cynical sham? What's your line on this? What's your line on this?
It's your time. I'll respond.
Please respond. Now, these workers in this room, when confronted by the ICL, might very well say, well, what do you have to say about that? And the ICL would probably say, well, that was a long time ago. We're all about the now. You ready to follow us now? We betrayed. We betrayed this way, and 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 this way. Now follow us. Because since the 1st of September 2023, when this was published, now it's all okay. You ready to follow us? I don't think so. Well, we're investigating it. Well, one certainly hopes so. One looks forward to seeing the results of those investigations. Now, I want to talk. I'm going to have to actually. How much time do I have left? How much? Okay. 2.5 minutes. I am going to steal, with the kind permission of the chair, 5 minutes from my summary. So let's talk about. They're going to say, I know what they're going to say. They're going to say, but what about the program? Blah, blah, blah. What about, we've been talking about program. Program is real when you fight for it. But what about the revelations in here, okay? Why was, according to them, the Spartacist tendency to form since birth? Well, Jim Robertson, they say, did not understand the permanent revolution or the national question, and the revisionist, okay, and reactionary positions, et cetera, meant that the Spartacist tendency was deformed from birth. So a kind suggestion, why don't you change the name of your journal? Change it. Change it. Okay? Well, how is that? Well, we're going to hear about some of that in the second part of the debate. Well, why? What is this all about? What does it come down to? As a pompous SLer used to like to say to me, when the rubber hits the road. Okay? It comes down to the anti-imperialist United Front. And so they have resuscitated something which even most Trotskyists are not particularly aware of, or would be Trotskyists, the Anti-Imperialist United Front from the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, and they're determined to defend the Fourth Congress of the Comintern. And we always used to say, the Fourth Congress that we stand on the first 4 Congresses of the Communist International with reservations on the fourth. The discussion on the workers' government was very confused. The Noviev was all over the map. And what about the theses on the Eastern question? Now, I used to hear about that a lot from Guillermo Lora, head of the Bolivian POR. Why? Because he's got a pamphlet. I can give it to you as a present. A pamphlet called the Anti-Imperialist Front, because he had dug those theses up to justify his class collaboration as Frente Revolucionario Antiimperialista with the president, former president of Bolivia. Because in the Trotskyist movement, The theses on the Orient, or Eastern question, originally it was called by that term, theses on the Orient. They had not been mentioned at the first Congress of the Fourth International, nor in its documents, nor at the Second Congress, nor in the documents of the SWP, but they were mentioned at the Third Congress by a man called Michel Pablo. Why? In order to justify a political bloc with the Nationalist Party. Well, we would never do something like that, might say the ICL. Mightn't they? Well, they might, but they don't. To the contrary, they want an anti-imperialist front, and they say this. We asked it as a rhetorical question. Well, would the anti-imperialist United Front include the President of Mexico? And they say, why, yes, using a hypothetical, if in the future Mexico were attacked by the US, wouldn't you be for a military bloc with AMLO? We would defend Mexico militarily against US imperialism. Of course we would. Okay? But what's happening right now is that he's serving as a border guard for Yankee imperialism, and they rush to his political defense. And one of their main arguments, I found it quite comical. Oh, that's me. Sorry. I found it comical. They said, well, he had 500,000 people at his rally. When I moved to Mexico in the spring of 1988, the president of Mexico, Miguel de la Madrid, from the government party, the PRI, had 1.3 million people at his May Day rally. He must have been an anti-imperialist. Let's make an anti-imperialist United Front with him. Now, how about, is there anywhere in the world where the ICL calls for an anti-imperialist United Front now? Well, it would be nice if Carmen Perot would answer that, but I can give you at least part of an answer. They say that it was necessary to form an anti-imperialist United Front with the government of Greece in 2015. They say that voting for the maneuver by Syriza, the bourgeois populist nationalist government party of Greece, okay, was necessary. We said, no, this is a maneuver. We're not going to participate in tricking the workers. They're going to capitulate immediately to the bankers, and this is preparation for that. They said, no, you've got to vote for it. But now retroactively, they say, yeah, and guess what? That was an anti-imperialist United Front. And it was necessary to make a common front with the government. With the government. So more will be coming on that. But what if they say, well, wait a minute, some not yet up to speed SLer might get up, or ICLer might get up and say, no, we're talking about the original discussion at the Fourth Congress. We're not talking about now, really. Well, Trotsky said the real historical process invests terms with meaning historically, but let's look back at it. This is the Fourth Congress, Comrade Perot. Safarov, leader of Comintern work among the peoples of the East, said in the discussion on the thesis on the Eastern question, you can find it in John Riddell's very valuable collection. He said, since the colonial and national revolution is a bourgeois democratic revolution, a bourgeois democratic government in the backward countries provides support and great reassurance for our proletarian movement. Now, is that Stalin? Is that Stalinism? No. The whole struggle in real life in the Second Chinese Revolution of 1925 to 1927, in which the Stalinists used the formula of anti-imperialist United Front, yielded a bloody result through which, indeed, yes, despite your denials, Leon Trotsky extended the theory of permanent revolution internationally. This is why they're doing all this stuff about revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the past. All the theoretical revisionism and rewriting the history of the Russian Revolution that they're doing, it's got a political purpose. Program does generate theory, you know. What you want guides what you do. So, how about the representative for Iran at the Fourth Congress discussion of those theses? He said, his name was Nikbin, the party in Iran is trying to create a general anti-imperialist alliance It has made an extensive proposal for a democratic, that beloved word, democratic. The ICL is very much in love with that word, democracy, democratic. And yes, we fight for democratic rights. And in the countries of belated capitalist development, the bourgeois democratic tasks can only be carried through by the dictatorship of the proletariat, supported by and resting on the peasants. But he says, the party is trying a proposal for a democratic bloc that is to include representatives of all the national and democratic groups. The bourgeois parties themselves are seeking a bloc with us, said the representative for Iran. But what about China? The representative of the Chinese CP. This is at the 4th Congress. 5 minutes over. 5 minutes over?
You're over your time, 5 minutes, just to let you know.
So I've used 10 extra minutes?
No.
Oh, okay. How much, of those 5 minutes, how much do I have? Well, that's it.
You've used 50 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll finish up with this. Starting from the principle that an anti-imperialist front should be established to drive imperialism out of China, said the representative of the Chinese Communist Party at the fourth Comintern Congress discussion on the theses that they uphold. Our party decided to achieve a united front with the National Revolutionary Kuomintang Party. This united front took the form that we joined this party. And we know, don't we, where that led. So let's follow them. I don't think so. Thank you.
I'll start by saying that Comrade Negrete certainly didn't make my job easy. But I'll try to answer as many of the questions, but I'll try also to clarify the confusion, because there's a lot of themes and none of it makes sense, and I personally feel much more confused after hearing this report about what the IG thinks about the world. So let's start with the question that was hammered. Why follow us? Well, I'll answer. It's because we're using a dialectical and Marxist analysis to chart a path forward. I'll start with a small example. I made a prediction at the beginning of my report. That was the quote from Trotsky, that the essence of sectarianism consists in measuring historical processes at the scale of one's own group. And this is exactly what we got from Negrete today. It seems like the whole world situation revolves around the disputes between the ICL and LFI. And certainly, we've admitted all these problems with our past and how we've done things. But something that's forgotten in Negrete's presentation is that there was a crisis in the whole left. How did anybody else do in building bridges in this period? Open your eyes. You'll see that the left is in an absolutely pathetic state. Why? There is not a single answer to this question. It's all about these narrow little disputes that most people in the world have no idea about. And honestly, they're not of interest for most people in the world. These little narrow disputes of 30 years ago. The question of building a bridge. It's true, we said, all our bridges have broken, and now what we did is we reevaluated our engineering and now have a new plan on how to make a bridge. The problem is the whole rest of the left has failed to build a bridge, and they're still trying to do the same thing. The LFI has been outside of organizations for almost 30 years. Negrete was able to point to a number of actions that the LFI have done, which are certainly commendable. But in terms of providing revolutionary leadership on the key questions of the epoch, the LFI has utterly failed, and utterly fails today too. Now, I think Comrade Negrete forgot, although he named it, he forgot the theme of this debate, the fight for the Fourth International today. How are we going to move this fight forward? This is the question of today's debate. And you had no answer from Negrete. Let's start with the 3 points I outlined. Reality, the reasons for defeats, and the road for victory. Think about Negrete's presentation. How did he answer these 3 questions? First of all, reality. Oh, so there was a memorandum and there were a few bad formulations. We did some wrong predictions, but that's okay. That doesn't really matter so much. But I'm sorry, to not understand that that US imperialism is hegemonic for the last 30 years, well actually the last 30 years, it's not a little analytical mistake. If you don't understand that, you understand nothing about the world. And Negretti gave a number of examples of times that people justified the world situation to do opportunism. Yeah, that's certainly true. But to think, like if you read Trotsky, if you read the fight for the Trotsky, it's always so clear in all his polemics against Stalinism that his entire critique is rooted in a correct materialist understanding of the world situation. That's not a secondary point, that's absolutely fundamental. And it wasn't just the 92 conference document. These same thing, as I said, look at the LFI's website today. Still to this day, the LFI denies that the post-Soviet world order is defined by the hegemony of the United States. This means it understands nothing. And now it's so obvious that it's breaking down, as Negretti himself said. But if you see it breaking down without understanding how you got there, then you're totally blind. And then you think, oh, Third World War is coming now. Without understanding the actual laws behind it, the contradictions, how it's evolving in a contradictory and dialectical way. Now, the reasons for defeats. Have you heard a single explanation from Negretti over why the working class has suffered defeats for the last 30 years? Oh, we heard plenty about why the ICL was bad, that's for sure. But why has the working class been defeated for the last 30 years? My presentation provided an explanation for this. It's rooted in the hegemony of the United States and the triumph of liberalism. If you look at the ideology in the workers' movement for the last 30 years, everywhere in the world, it has been defined by the dominance of liberalism, the trade unions, BLM, all the movements. Now, the reasons for defeat. Okay, Negretti pointed out that we didn't write leaflets and that they wrote a lot of leaflets during BLM. True, correct. A lot of other groups wrote leaflets. But Negretti did not answer the question, why was BLM defeated? And what are the lessons to be drawn for today? It's not just a question of writing leaflets. All the left wrote leaflets. And the movement ended in disaster, that's obvious. Why? And what to do now about it? There's no answer about this. This is the fundamental question. How to advance black liberation? How to defeat imperialism in Ukraine? Negretti didn't actually answer this question. How do you actually defeat it? It's okay, we have the right position because of A, B plus C, okay. But actually, if you look at the concretes, actually answer, how do you advance the class struggle in Ukraine right now? The Ukraine army is being massacred. There's discontent that's brewing. There's talks of possible coups in Ukraine. There will be a revolt, very likely, in the Ukrainian army. The question, which direction will it go? Will it be under the communist banner or will it be under the reactionary banner of fascism? But for this to happen, you'll never win the Ukrainian workers to welcome the Russian troops taking over Kharkiv and Kiev. You'll never win them for that. If you want a revolution in Ukraine, you must work towards the unity of Russian and Ukrainian workers. That is the only road. But no, A plus B. And what does that logic get the LFI into? They compare Russia's position in the Ukraine war to Iraq. It's not the same thing when the US, a proxy war is not the same thing as a direct war. And it's kind of obvious. Okay. It's kind of obvious. We would know if there was an imperialist war between Russia and Ukraine. Between US imperialism and Russia. That's not the same thing as what is happening now. To compare the Russia situation to the situation of China being invaded by Japan is absurd. Now, the road to victory. How do we actually advance Palestine liberation? No answer on this. How do we defend China today? No answer on this. On Palestine, Negretti asked everybody to stand up that had participated in actions to defend against the witch hunt. In Germany, where the offensive has been the strongest, the LFI has refused to do a united front with us. Now, it's not about, did you come to our demo? That's not the point. The point is that there is an urgent need in Germany for the left and workers' movement that stand in support to Palestine to unite against social democracy and against the offensive. So everybody, including the LFI, can go to the demos for Palestine, say they stand in solidarity, but when it comes to trying to build a united front against this offensive, they refuse. And okay, maybe they don't want to come to our thing or follow our call, but at the last forum, I challenged Negrete, okay, put forward your own call for united front. This question is crucial. All right.
Well, on the liberalism, I would like to ask Comrade Perrault to please define what the ICL means by the word. Please. Because it's used many, many times in their analysis. They use the term liberalism 51 times in Spartacist. They use liberal 87 times. A very large part of their program consists of saying the word liberalism many times and telling people to break from it. Liberalism has a very strong power, almost mystical, magical power to make people do stuff, according to them. It's liberal idealism. The picture that they present of the world in the post-Soviet period is remarkably similar to that of the death of communism triumphalists. Supposedly, apparently, after the destruction of the Soviet Union, there was considerable peace, prosperity, and the growth of productive forces. Okay? Now, there's a bunch of stuff to say about this, but I would like to talk a little bit about what they're doing now. Because they say, we're tired of talking about the past and this self-referential stuff, which is pretty interesting for an organization whose program for the Fourth International, quote unquote, consists overwhelmingly of denouncing itself, right? Vote for us, we were deformed since birth. Jim Robertson, yeah, revisionist schmuck, according to them. It actually pisses me off. But what about what they're doing now? What about Palestine? Well, you compare their leaflet to ours. Compare only death and defeat with Hamas, a revolutionary road, quote unquote, for Palestine liberation. That's the headline. It genuflects to the bourgeoisie and what it demands right at the beginning and repeatedly, just like after 9/11. And what ours has to say: defend the Palestinians against U.S.-Israel genocidal war on Gaza. Drive the Zionists out of the West Bank and Gaza for international workers' action against the attack on Gaza. So please tell me how here in the United States or in Europe or in most places the key task is to dispel illusions in Hamas. Now what about Palestine, where, as the pompous SLer, who's in the room here, used to say all the time, where the rubber hits the road? Well, we've got a very interesting statement in their from their British paper, Workers' Hammer. It says, trade unions must take concrete action to stop arms shipments to Israel. Yeah, that was on October 20th of 2023. The next day, Workers' Vanguard has a supplement in the strike of the auto workers. The auto workers. Okay? Now, I remember that in 1970, some of you do too, I'm sure, that in 1973, 2,000 Arab American auto workers walked out in a protest against Zionism. Dearborn, Michigan is a largely Arab American city. Auto. What do they say? It says, lots of workers are watching the horrors in Gaza and wondering what they can do. The main thing that workers can do to fight for Palestinian liberation is to win this strike. Nothing about stopping arms shipments, nothing about fighting to stop arms shipments, nothing about convincing others to fight to stop arms, nothing about calling for it, but win your strike. Don't be distracted by the genocide in Gaza. Pursue your strike. Yes, they should win their strike. But to separate this in this way and to tell the workers to do nothing. This is worse than economism. And lastly, I don't know how many minutes I have. What they're doing now, a revolutionary program for black liberation, unlike BLM, which had liberal demands. Yeah, True, and we expose them. We expose those demands systematically in our press, in our leaflets, in our speeches, in our signs, on the streets, in the meetings, in the unions. We did not collapse ignominiously, which was a capitulation to your own bourgeoisie. I don't give a damn about how messed up you were in your organization. You couldn't bring yourself to put out one leaflet. Nobody should follow you. Your credit is zero. Your credit is zero. But what do they call for in their campaign? What's necessary is a fight that will unite the broadest possible forces. Popular Front language. Okay, I'll take 1 minute, please. Am I allowed to do that or not?
Yeah, you're going to lose it on the summer.
That's fine. Just, yeah. Take motions for opening the police archives. Bring them to your political officials who claim to represent you. We need to mobilize to bring pressure down on all the liberal and progressive politicians who claim to stand for workers and for black rights. Opening the police archives is doable. It's a doable demand. And in fact, can be done by any politician in office that is really on the side of black people. You want some liberalism? It's right here. And what would happen if those archives were opened? Who's going to choose the 100 most heinous cases? The cops? And you believe what's in the cops' archives? Don't you know anything about what cops put in archives? That's what you're doing today. You're trying to spread liberal illusions, and you say that it's exposing them. I heard that from the SWP pretty much every day of the year, and all the other opportunists. Thank you.
Okay, we are now into the discussion period. I'm going to forego the 5 minutes that I was allocated by the two groups to say whatever I wanted to in the interest of trying to provide more time for audience discussion. So the format will be that there will be comment from the ICL from this side of the room, comment from the LFI from this side of the room, and I will then first call on organizations to speak at the middle microphone. I believe we're going in the order of the presenters. So the first comment will be the microphone for the ICL.
Are we on? Yeah. Okay, I'm Jake with Spartacist League. I want to try to get back on track a little to the topic of the fight for the Fourth International today. We're supposed to be talking about the necessity of providing revolutionary leadership to the working class because this is the only way that it can advance its interests and even defend itself. Now, this was brutally illustrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the bourgeoisie responded to the crisis with methods that flowed from and reinforced their class interests at the expense of workers and the oppressed worldwide. Masses were thrown out of work, confined to their homes. Others were forced to suffer life-threatening conditions where millions died, and our class was subjected to a full frontal attack. Labor's leaders and the entire left bowed down and betrayed, all in the name of national unity and saving lives. Now, the resulting catastrophe for the working class continued to define the political reality we face today. And as such, it is incumbent upon any organization claiming to provide leadership to be clear on what their position in that crisis was and draw the lessons. So, rather than take a side with the liberal bourgeoisie who was posturing as the rational wing of the ruling class and echoing the boss's supposedly scientific justifications for the further immiseration of workers as the LFI did, the question had to be posed. Who was going to call the shots, workers or the state? Workers needed to fight against the bosses and their state for safe conditions, for control of safety, and they needed to struggle against mass closures and for an expansion of production to meet their safety and healthcare needs. But the prerequisite for that struggle was a revolutionary intervention that could break workers from the saving lies of national unity blackmail peddled by the capitalists and their labor lieutenants, which dictated that nothing could be done but to support the government measures. Revolutionaries had to destroy the lie that the only recourse for workers was to forfeit their lives and livelihoods for the greater good and look to the state as the arbiter of public health. Because during the pandemic, as always, the interests of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat
One minute.
were irreconcilably counterposed, and the capitalist state remained a tool for the defense of capital. Now, the ICL made such an intervention, albeit belatedly, when we came out with the Down with the Lockdown statement. And in response to our revolutionary Marxist program, which linked the struggle for workers' immediate needs in the pandemic to the necessity of taking state power, and took head-on the bourgeois' blackmail, the LFI called us lunatics. The LFI, like the rest of the left, supported the school closures, which everybody knows were devastating for youth, and especially for women and black people. They accepted the lockdowns while bragging about defying them, and they accepted that the state would call the shots. They ridicule us for saying that the labor's leaders betrayed by enforcing the government's diktats. Now, the reality is that the LFI position left the leadership of the workers in the hands of the pro-capitalist bureaucrats who led them to slaughter. Well, the LFI may occasionally raise this or that demand against the Democrats. Listen, they refuse to take on the main obstacle. The LFI's position crossed the class line.
Thank you. And now from the LFI microphone.
I'm Antonio. I'm an immigrant worker. I'm a member of Internationalist Group and also of Trabajadores Internacionales Clasistas. As an immigrant worker, I was recruited by the Internationalist Group and among other immigrant comrades on the base of the Leninist Party. You know, knowing what kind of revolutionary party and what kind of program of the Russian Revolution that we had to use to win. I was learning about what happened in Brazil. I read the polemics between the ICL and the IG, you know. But before I was finished reading, I also read Workers' Vanguard when they said they have a slight correction. You know, they drop the Lenin's call of independence for colonies. They say they don't support anymore independence for Puerto Rico. You know, and that's a betrayal. The same thing that they did the betrayal in Brazil, they did in Puerto Rico. That's a betrayal. You know, then it came 9/11. You know, we have the position of defeating U.S. imperialism. What the ICL says, you have that position because you are anti-imperialism. You know, anti-American. You know, while we were organizing guards to defend immigrant workers in Atlantic Avenue.
1 minute, please.
I was there. I remember very well, you know. And then now they say that the ICL saw at the end the light of the tunnel. But what happened with and they make an investigation. What happened with the comrades and the League Trotskyist of France, the Permanent Revolution faction, comrades, Jura Zakaria, where you start ashamed, you know, against these comrades. And I think, you know, you say you're changing, but I think the people who start this shame campaign against these comrades from North Africa, they're still here in this room. So why you say you try to lead for another Russian revolution if you don't have the courage to investigate those people?
Time, please.
Thank you.
I would call on a comrade from the Bolshevik Leninist Australia. Okay.
I would like to emphasize the topic of debate, the fight for the Fourth International today. What an important task. Today, the American empire is in decline. Its world order is in increasing disarray. This poses two roads, one of death, misery, and war, and another of proletarian revolution. So far, this leadership from the Labour Party in Australia, the bourgeois nationalists in the neocolonial, have a stranglehold over the workers' movement, which only promises more defeat. It's only by fighting for the Fourth International, not as some abstract idea, but as a genuine instrument, struggle for revolutionary leadership, that we can break the workers' movement away from its current trajectory. How can this be done? This is not done through repeating abstract mantras such as break with the Democrats, break with laborism, or for revolution, as if the working class can be hypnotized into being revolutionary. Absolutely not. Fighting against the illusions currently present in the working class requires putting forward a perspective to advance the workers' movement, to get your hands dirty and utilize the increasing ruptures to drive a wedge between the working class base and the leadership, which at every turn subordinates the workers' struggle to the interests of the capitalist class. Let us look today to Australia, for example. In a bid to stay on top, the US imperialists are leading a drive to war against China, which has manifested through AUKUS, a military alliance between Britain, the US, and Australia, which promises nothing but misery and ruin. In Australia, this has brought bubbling tensions in the workers' movement and caused some rifts between the workers who oppose this war drive and the Labour Party misleadership who is leading it. But this opposition is being funneled into the left-talking bureaucrats who voice skin-deep opposition to AUKUS. To this, Bolshevik-Leninists and the Spartacist League of Australia has an answer. Chuck AUKUS hawks out of Labour. This call both advances the struggle against AUKUS, as well as exposes the left Labourites as preferring their alliance with their war hawk brothers over any anti-war pretension. The LFI opposes this call to chuck them out and charges us with being organizationally and programmatically liquidating into the Labour Party. In fact, this is what the LFI has intervened with in the BL-SLA joint forum in Melbourne and Sydney. But when we put the question to them point blank, what is their strategy to advance the struggle against AUKUS and expose the left Labourites? They said absolutely nothing. It is clear today they have no such strategy. Ultimately, it is them who fails the struggle to break workers from such obstacles, not just in Australia, but the world over. The LFI has no perspective to genuinely advance the workers' movement and use grand-sounding declarations and empty denouncements as a cheap replacement for such.
Thank you. The next speakers will be from the ICL, followed by the LFI, followed by the BT.
Tall with the Spartacist League. So the Internationalist Group and the LFI have been in this day too, accusing our statement on the Gaza war, which in the beginning part, if you read it, states very clearly and puts forward a program for how to destroy the Zionist state and defeat imperialism as a capitulation to Zionism and I think the genuflection to imperialism. Why do they say this? Because we have in our headline, Hamas, only means death and defeat, which I would point out is in your statement, very below down, that there's only defeat with Hamas. So what is the beef here? But that's on one hand what you say. On the other hand, you defend the historic Spartacist tendencies line on Israel-Palestine, which is in fact a capitulation to Zionism. And let me explain. The LFI says in their statement they stand squarely on the side of the Palestinian people, which we have always defended against the Zionist oppressor state and its imperialist patrons who have condemned them to stateless, impoverished existence and exile. Further, you say that Trotskyists opposed the founding of the Zionist state built on the dispossession and mass expulsion of the Arab majority of Palestine. Okay, sounds good. But that's not actually true. The line of Spartacist in 1968 was not opposing the founding of the Zionist state. The SL took a side with Israel in the 48 war in the Nakba and called for a, quote, peace treaty on the basis of the 1949 truce boundary lines. The boundary lines that took 80% over that of Palestinian land, even more than what was in partition. This line put an equal sign between the Israeli Jewish nation, which has a right to exist, and the Zionist state that was dispossessing the Palestinians. While the SL did in 1974 change its line on that war, it was not on the basis of rejecting this as an utterly reactionary position, but on supposed new facts in 74. So the SL's historic position was undeniably a capitulation to Zionism. The SL, and you guys uphold this, never approached these wars as national wars where we had to side with the Palestinian Arabs. Do you really think this line doesn't need to be looked at critically? Are you really defending this legacy? That's a big contradiction for communists who say they are fighting for the national liberation of the Palestinians, which obviously you cannot do if you are betraying that struggle and capitulating to Zionism. So yes, we are breaking with that, and it's necessary to do so, to do the task of today, which is to raise the Leninist Trotskyist banner in Palestine and Israel. So that's the purpose of why we're revisiting
Time,
and
please.
correcting his position.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Caitlin. I'm a member of the Revolutionary Internationalist Youth, the youth group of the Internationalist Group. And it was founded in 2017 and is a training ground for young revolutionaries. And it seeks to win young people from around the US and around the world to the program of Trotskyism. That is, to carry through to victory the genuine communist program of Marx, Lenin, and Trotsky. All of it. Not just bits and pieces, not just the quotes that we like, not revised or redacted versions that make it more acceptable to our national bourgeoisie, but all of it. And since 2017, we have recruited many young people to this program. I joined in 2018 for many reasons, but at first because of the internationalist and revolutionary Marxist position of the independence of Puerto Rico, the oldest colony. And doing so, upholding that position, irrespective of what imperialist pressure and fear tactics has done to the Puerto Rican population. I'm glad you finally readopted that position after how many years? In 2020 and 2021, we grew during our and the Internationalist Group's daily interventions in some of the largest mass protests against racist police murder. We didn't just write about it, we were there. You could see the photos outside. We defied the lockdowns, as did millions of other people. We were not paralyzed, we were ready. On the question of how can we break something if we don't put pressure on it, good question. Well, how can you do that, or let alone be the revolutionary leadership of the working class through abstention or through absence? You can't. Most recently, we organized a protest outside of Hunter College against McCarthyite witch hunts.
1 minute, please.
Currently being waged against defenders of Palestinians and those willing to mobilize against this US-Israel war. Sectarian Us invited the SL to do that and to speak. And what did you do? Echoed imperialist propaganda again and accused the left of tailing Hamas. But you're used to echoing imperialist talking points. You do that with China. So you've seen the present-day ICL, multi-time betrayers. If you want to see what a real revolutionary organization looks like, come by our table. And lastly, you say that we will try to say that the ICL has made nothing but mistakes. You do that all on your own, many times. And you're right. You have, and not just with formulations or saying a instead of an, but on key questions, decisive questions, on what will make or break a socialist revolution here or anywhere. And on leaflets, they're important. What do those leaflets say? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker from the BT.
Tom Riley for the Bolshevik Tendency. Today's event is significant in our view because, as we wrote in The Road to Jimstown, the Spartacist League was not just one left grouping among many. It was the crystallization of the left-wing opposition to the political destruction by Pavlovite revisionism of the Revolutionary Socialist Workers' Party. a party built by James Buchanan and trained by Leon Trotsky. The qualitative superiority of the RT-SL over every other current claiming the mantle of Trotskyism was demonstrated first by its correct analysis of the Cuban Revolution and subsequently confirmed by its positions on many other programmatic questions through the 1960s and 70s. But something went seriously awry with the SL, and it's vital to identify what went wrong and how that happened. We think that the Montreal Collective, now running the SL, is mistaken in seeing the RT as programmatically flawed from the beginning, and is also very wrong to reject the SL's important contributions on the national question, as we outlined in our document, In Defense of Seymour's Marxism. The IG has correctly criticized the SL's historical pessimism, scholastic passivity, and introversion after the August 1991 triumph of capitalist counter-revolution in the Soviet Union. But the IAG is wrong to pretend that all was well in the House of Robertson prior to their own removal in 1996. The leaflet we distributed today highlights some of the more egregious examples of the SL's political degeneration over the course of the 1980s. Some of these grew out of the desire to avoid the wrath of the U.S. ruling class, like Farrell Dobbs in 1963 with his cringing letter of condolence to Jackie Kennedy. There were also significant deviations on the Russian question, ranging from the Stalinophilic adulation of Yuri Andropov, who oversaw the crushing of the 1956 Hungarian workers' political revolution, to flinching when Soviet defensism was acutely opposed, as in the case of the termination of the KL-007 spy flight in 1983. The IG was indeed framed up in 1996, but there were a lot of earlier frame-ups, including ours in Toronto and that of Bill Logan in 1979. There's also the issue of moral corrosion is manifested also by the resort to slander. The Healyites first denounced the SL as the fingerman of world capitalists in 1968 before denouncing Joe Hansen as a gay PU agent later. Today, the SL can take an important step forward, in our view, by retracting the calumnies against both the IG and the BT comrades as provocateurs. You know that was wrong. If you tell the simple truth, you'll be setting a good example for the IG, which should also repudiate the slanders published in WV when it was edited by Jan Norden. A rigorous and serious discussion of our common political history is not only long overdue, but in our view is essential for forging the revolutionary cadres of the future.
Thank you. The next in line after the two groups speak will be the Platypus, the IBT, and the Freedom Socialist Party. So if you want to prepare.
Hi, my name is Sky. I'm with the ICL. The Internationalist Group has made a number of points protesting their expulsion from the party and complaining about our attempts to correct our previous mistakes. But what was our real crime? Comrades must look at this question in the broader framework. The real crime was to give up on the struggle for giving revolutionary leadership to the working class in the post-Soviet period, which was dominated by neoliberalism and hegemonic US imperialism, something to this day the IG refuses to recognize. So, from even including the question of the pandemic, which the IG refused to oppose, the lockdowns and fight against the existing liberal leadership of the labor movement on every question. One of the things that has been raised here is the expulsion of Norden, or the role of Norden's speech in Germany in 1995. Well, the Internationalist Group correctly criticized our criticisms of Norden, but both sides missed the key question, which is we had to fight to defend Trotskyism against social democracy in the post-Soviet period in order to split off part of the KPD PDF and win them over to Trotskyism. That is this part of German social democracy which formed Die Linke and which today is a major obstacle for the left in Germany and for revolutionaries in Germany. When we sought to overcome this obstacle by calling to throw the NATO supporters out, the Internationalist Group denounced us. So, similarly in Brazil, did we pull our hands out of the boiling water? Yes. As we have stated, we are investigating that. But the key question here is that neither side had the program to give revolutionary leadership to the anti-colonial struggle. This is the only road forward to split the Popular Front, to fight for women's liberation and for black liberation, by fighting for liberation of the anti-imperialist struggle in opposition to the nationalists. This essential question was not in the program of either side in the 1990s, and it remains an essential question today. So, you know, from the IBT to the
1
BT
minute,
to
please.
the Internationalist Group, there's all these questions about, like, who is defending the original Spartacism? Well, what is the meaning of this? You know, the purpose of Spartacism is to defend the lessons of the Russian Revolution, which has proven to be the only program to this day that has brought the working class to power. You know? So the purpose of this Spartacist is to point a path forward, how to provide revolutionary leadership in response to the concrete situations today faced by the workers' movement, which is actually the true question and lesson of the Bolshevik Revolution and of Bolshevism. So in reviewing our past, the purpose of the ICL is to propose a path forward to build the Fourth International, and that is why we insist so much on this issue of Spartacist, because that is where those answers are. So, you know, I would urge comrades, when you listen to the IG and when you listen to the IBT, to really look at what their answer is, because they are not putting forward any answer to the revolutionary problems of the proletariat and the oppressed in this day and age.
Speaker for the ICL.
My name is Charlie Grover. I was in the ICL for nearly 14 years.
Can't hear you, really.
Can't hear me? Closer? Okay. My name is Charlie Grover. I was in the ICL for nearly 14 years, elected to the Central Committee, International Committee, Associate Editor of Workers' Vanguard, founding co-chairman of the Partisan Defense Committee, now a member of the Class Struggle Education Workers, programmatically aligned with the Internationalist Group. I followed the astonishing degeneration of my former party with some sadness as it spun off the rails of revolutionary Trotskyist politics, including its lockdown derangement and retreat from meaningful political activity. The SL taught me what a fighting propaganda group was, and then they stopped fighting. As they shed one Spartacist position after another, they found ideological villains in their midst. Those old Bolsheviks, Seymour and Rubin, comrades who recruited me away from academia, publicly run over by the SL's careening centrist bus. The ICL's degeneration culminated in their Amazing Grace confessional, where they proclaimed Spartacism blind and wrong and centrist for 30 years, if not from birth. But now we're told they've seen the light. You know those courtroom movies where the jailhouse snitch witness reverses all his prior testimony? In this case, the cross-examining lawyer should ask the SL, were you centrist then, or are you centrist now? The SL's testimony can no longer be trusted. But their intellectual dishonesty lies not in their renunciation of their own revolutionary tradition. About that, the born-again ICL is perfectly clear and forthright. No, their dishonesty lies in their cynical attempt to drag the IG along into its morass of admitted betrayals. Brazil, Germany, Haiti, Puerto Rico, wholesale capitulation to liberalism, and a lot more. We all done it is the last refuge of the morally bankrupt. But the fact is the LFI didn't do it. Anyone honestly considering the two organizations must understand that the LFI was not similarly
1 minute, please.
with centrist blindness, did not surrender the program of revolutionary leadership and working class independence and internationalism on all those same issues. Remember this, when Marjorie and Jan and Negrete were booted out of the SL in an unprincipled purge, now admitted at last by the SL, they did not have the advantages of the Spartacist name and reputation, no press, no locals, no multi-million-dollar building in Tribeca, but they had the power of the Trotskyist program that built the vibrant organization here today. For this old man, the IG's deeply Marxist youth have renewed my hope for a bright socialist future, even in this dark world.
The Speaker from Platypus.
My name is Erin Haygood, that's loud, and I am the current president of the Platypus Affiliated Society. It is to the great credit of the revolutionary tendency in inheriting the tasks and project of Trotsky that it was able to, in its time, show that those who claimed Marxism were in fact the greatest enemies of Marxism, and that the obstacle to the renewal and the memory of orthodox Marxism in its time was the left, those who claimed its legacy. I have heard nothing from either speaker really today about what it would mean to claim the legacy of orthodox Marxism today. I think if we're talking about a fight for the Fourth International today, that should be, in fact, the first question. What does it mean to be an orthodox Marxist today? What are the obstacles to orthodox Marxism today, on the left as well as elsewhere? And what are the tasks of an orthodox Marxist today? The comrade from the LFI, raised the legacy of Jim Robertson, which the ICL is now calling reformist and revisionist. I would like to pose, what is the legacy of Jim Robertson and the revolutionary tendency? What would it actually mean to take up the necessity of clarifying the task and meaning of orthodox Marxism, revolutionary Marxism in the present? I hope that both organizations and others would answer these types of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the ICL.
All right. John from the SL. Okay. The speaker from the LFI challenged our assertion that liberalism became the predominant ideology in the post-Soviet period. Yes, it did, and there's a simple reason. Karl Marx said the ideas of the ruling class are, in every epoch, the ruling ideas. The US imperialists won the Cold War and proclaimed the triumph of liberal bourgeois democracy. Now, if you don't recognize the primacy of liberalism in this period, you end up tailing it, as the LFI does today. You do it through opportunism. Examples of your tailing of Neely, you're solidarizing with the liberal pro-Palestinian solidarity milieu, your support to the bourgeoisie's lockdowns, and your tailing of BLM. You also do it through sectarian means. And a very good example is your refusal to participate in our police archives campaign. Far from us pushing liberalism, what you are doing is protecting the liberals, because we are making a demand that these politicians come out against the cops with whom they overwhelmingly work. And you don't want to put them to the test. You're protecting those people. Now, finally, I want to say something about your disgraceful disfigurement of the history of the RT and the founding of the Spartacist League. You talked about our struggle against the SWP on Cuba. What was it about? 1 minute, please. Cuba, what the SWP was doing was becoming a cheerleader for Castro and Cuban Stalinism. That is exactly what you people are doing in China, with your completely uncritical support to the policies of the Chinese Stalinist bureaucracy. And on the black question, what the RT fought for was an independent communist leadership for black liberation, not to be cheerleaders for liberal black movements or the civil rights movement. That is exactly the opposite of what you do when you tail BLM.
Speaker for the LFI.
Yadi, IG. In your March article for Black Trotskyism, you write that the SL rejected the need to fight for leadership of the struggle for black liberation, that you refused to fight for the Trotskyist program for revolutionary integrationism, and that this amounted to a betrayal. Your paper is littered with all sorts of betrayals, okay, that you've committed, some concocted for internal purposes, but this betrayal is true. The SL collapsed and put forward absolutely no program responding to the racist police murder of George Floyd. This amounted to a capitulation, okay, to the bourgeoisie, because betrayals are not mistakes. It's class treason. Understand? No amount of public self-flagellation in your paper will exonerate you from your political bankruptcy on the black question in the United States. We, the IG, have consistently fought for black liberation through socialist revolution. We say that only revolution can bring justice, because there is no justice in capitalist America. You smear at this slogan, writing that it's as true as it is sterile. But you kept your hands clean by, in your own words, capitulating to the lockdowns and racist curfews imposed by the Democrats, while we marched and mobilized labor against racist police and fascist terror. Now you seek to create fanciful illusions in the bourgeoisie, to then expose those very illusions, like calling to unite the broadest possible forces to bring pressure down on all the liberal and progressive politicians who claim to stand for workers and for black rights, and to open all the police archives. Why?
1 minute, please.
Opening the police archives is doable, and in fact can be done by any politician in office that's really on the side of black people. Do you really think that opening the police archives would bring some kind of justice? We're for the right of armed black self-defense, for the militant organized power of the working class, and for the formation of a revolutionary working class party to fight for the liberation of the oppressed through socialist revolution. You are for a liberal pressure campaign. That's what fake leftists do. You were silent as the grave in 2020, and now you want to create your own fake movement, a popular front with capitalist politicians to open the police archives. Your actual betrayals keep multiplying day by day, and you want to trivialize that. To you, everyone betrays. Don't insult our intelligence as if we can't read or trust what we see with our own eyes. The SL and IG are nothing alike.
Time,
and
please.
People see that immediately.
Speaker for the IBT.
I'm Bill Logan, and I'm from the International Bolshevik Tendency. We propose a deepening of the programmatic struggle amongst us to reforge and develop the international Spartacist tendency. Debates like this one contribute, but we need something more sustained. I hope you've seen our open letter and the ICL's response. To understand the programmatic problems of today, you must understand their origins in the past. In the 1970s, fueled by a kind of apocalyptic optimism characteristic of that period, we did some very fine work. For example, through hard programmatic struggle, and not least on the question of Ireland, we recruited significant layers from Alan Thornett's Workers' Socialist League. There was a veteran of Free Derry and another from the Republican stronghold of Crossmaglen. They saw how in Northern Ireland British imperialism is the bourgeois order, and neither imperialism nor capitalism can be smashed without smashing the other. And that requires opposition to privileging either side of the sectarian divide. They saw that the imperialist system can be defeated only by a centering of a class struggle approach. Not green against orange, but class against class. But you know, by the mid-70s, there was a collapse of the optimism, and the contradictions of Jim Robertson loomed larger. He was actually acutely aware of his own increasingly
1 minute, please.
disproportionate role, and also of his alcoholism. He sometimes became irresponsible when disinhibited by alcohol, and sometimes peremptory and abusive. Look at the Goatfucker speech and the Polanski dispute. So there was an apolitical degrading of people. The most authoritative woman in the organization, a layer of Marxist intellectuals called the cloned youth. There was the removing by fiat of the leadership of the British section. This all left the organisation seriously less capable of maintaining a revolutionary program. And we must find some way to get beyond the problems that have their origin back then. We must look at the whole thing, however,
Time, please.
as a whole.
I'm Cairo from the Spartacist League. I wanted to touch on a couple things. I wanted to respond to Comrade Negretti accusing our intervention into the UAW strike of economists. Our whole intervention from the very beginning, when we put forward the program of no tears, reindustrialization, and black liberation in the UAW strike, was to actually fight against the economism of Sean Fain, who is putting forward that you could turn the tide for the working class and actually advance the interests of the working class by economic struggle alone. As you well know, fighting for black liberations means you have to go up right against the interests of the capitalists, and we have to show that the workers' struggle and the black struggle needs to be fused together in order to actually advance the struggle and go against capitalist interests. So when we say in that leaflet that you put forward, the best thing that the UAW workers can do right now is for Palestinian liberation is to win this strike, is what we're saying they need to deal a blow against imperialism, against capitalist interests. That is the best thing they can do for the Palestinians right now, but I don't think you can conceive of that, because the only way that you can conceive of this class battle that was supposed to happen was in the terms of the bureaucracy, of what Sean Fain was putting forward. Our whole thing that we were putting forward was to smash his narrow economism and put forward that this battle needs to be waged like an actual clash of class interests. That is what we mean in that statement. Another thing I want to touch on is a comrade who spoke over there about our police archives campaign. Because I think we need to go back to what the theme of this debate is, whether it be about the UAW, the police archives thing, is how do you guide the day-to-day struggles of the working class, and how do you actually drive a wedge between the leadership, the dominant ideology, and the base? Because our whole purpose of our campaign is to expose to the black masses and the working class that these liberals, politicians, and everyone else is not on their side. Yes, we want the police archives to be open. Are these liberal politicians going to do it? No, and we know that, but we're trying to expose it to the black masses and the working class that these people are their enemy.
1 minute, please.
So again, I want to raise the question again. What do you guys put forward for the UAW strike? For the black struggle? Because really, it just seems to be a lot of abstract formulas, but nothing. How do you actually guide the struggle today? How do you actually put a wedge between the masses and the leadership? Because right now, you're really just offering socialist revolution. Okay, yes, obviously that's how you emancipate people, but what should people be doing today?
Speaker for the LFI.
Hi, I'm a supporter of Class Struggle Workers Portland, and I want to talk about fighting for a class struggle program and what that looks like in practice now, because that's what we're doing in Portland. First, I just wanted to say that as we speak, the Port of Oakland has been shut down by 3,000 pickets in protest against the war on Gaza. All cargo has been stopped, and the workers are preparing for a possible showdown later today. And I just wanted to take a minute to salute those pickets, because that's what we mean when we talk about class struggle, by the way. You might have seen the poster outside featuring a resolution that was proposed by members of the Class Struggle Workers Portland, and it passed both in the Iron Workers Local 29 and Painters Local 10 in Portland. It calls for labor to refuse to handle war goods in solidarity with the Palestinian trade union's call for labor to stop shipments of arms to the U.S.-Israel war on Gaza. That's what we mean when we talk about class struggle. We're talking about getting workers actively involved where their power lies, in their workplaces, organizing together to stop the shipment of war goods. That's what we're doing. But I want to dial back to where all of this stuff came from, because these resolutions didn't just come out of nowhere. To understand where they actually came from, it's important to look back to August of 2016, when the Painters union in Portland, Local 10, at the behest of class struggle workers, supporters, passed a resolution to break with the Democrats and all parties of the bosses. And this is important because labor's allegiance to the Democrats in the US is a major impediment to class struggle here, right? Like the leadership's actual ties to the Democratic Party are what often forces the unions to capitulate to the demands of the Democratic Party, a ruling class party. After that resolution, there were several other actions that took place
1 minute, please.
in Portland. So on June 4th of 2017, when the Patriot Prayer and the Proud Boys staged a provocation in Portland, they were met with hundreds of workers from at least 14 area unions who effectively stopped them from marching. They boxed them in. In 2020, when mass protests erupted following the murder of George Floyd, Class Struggle Workers Portland organized several contingents of workers to intervene in the class struggle, not to tail it, but to actually go out into the streets and have those political arguments inside of our union halls and in the streets, instead of staying on the sidelines and calling the protesters liberals like the ICL would have us do. As Democratic Mayor tear gas Teddy Wheeler gassed protesters every single day, federal, state, county, and local police snatched protesters from the streets. Class struggle workers, Portland, and the IG stood on the side of class struggle against racist police murder and in solidarity with the protesters being beaten.
The speaker next for the Freedom Socialist Party, and after that, I will be calling on independents. If we have time, Don C., Bryce, and Gershom.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Durham from the Freedom Socialist Party. There are many things that we do share with you: canonism, revolutionary integration, and Pabloism being one of the key factors for the degeneration of the Fourth International under the leadership of Ernest Mandel. There are also differences that we have that many in this room, if they know anything about us, our website, socialism.com. There are differences we have over permanent revolution and its application. But we agree that permanent revolution is one of the key, the misapplication, the misinterpretation, and the absolute abandonment of permanent revolution really does explain a lot of the problems in our movement, which is really is in huge crisis. And we look forward to reforging it. One of the things that we're doing is that we have a committee for international revolutionary regroupment, and we're working with parties in Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and the US. I want to also say that we are going into a very difficult period. It's been difficult for many decades. Many of us carry the problems of the decades. I'm glad to see there's some recognition of mistakes. The FSP can recognize its mistakes as it has. And that's a basis for really working together, and we hope this meeting leads to something that's productive. At the end, though, it's really important that one of our big debates in the left, debates in the movement or overall, is that what the left does is extremely important. And that is something that we fight the Stalinists with. They act like it's just are the movement people. So, and even the Fourth International in its complete degeneration. So, what the left does is important, and what the left does also when we come under attack is important. I want to say we appreciate here in New York City the Spartacist League
1 minute,
coming
please.
to a forum that we held that was attacked by the JDL, got a death threats, had to move it. So that kind of thing is extremely important despite we have the differences. And working together with respectful and debate across differences is what the FSP stands for. Thank you.
The speaker for the ICL.
Hello, my name is Vincent. Comrade Negrete did its speech saying, imagine we are a group of workers we want a leadership and we're pretty radical, you know. And he made his case in terms of, we'll judge between the ICL and the LFI. And he said, the ICL cannot be trusted because look at all the bad things they did in the 1990s, in the 2000s, they've written this or that. Well, Comrade Negrete, two things. First of all, I think the workers quite like that the ICL is actually honest about its past. It actually looks at its mistakes head on, doesn't polish them, and is straightforward about what we missed. And you know what? The problems and the mistakes of the ICL are also the problems and the mistakes of the entire left. Why is the left so small, so tiny, so sclerotic? Explain that to me, you know? That's the problem of this epoch, and we actually try to respond to it. Workers might think, these people have an explanation to something, but the LFI just ignores the problems, ignores the thing, and we will only talk about the tertiary event that happened between our two tiny organizations. Second, Negrete has forgotten that what matters for radical workers who are engaged in a struggle, it is what to do. What to do today, how to move the struggle forward. And I think the presentation were quite different on that matter. On the one side, you had little regurgitation about all sorts of tertiary problems which are completely divorced from the last 30 years and the great questions of the revolutionary movement today. And on the other, you had a presentation that actually showed on Palestine, on the black liberation struggle, on Ukraine, what are the key tasks for revolutionaries to move forward today. And so a lot of speakers are coming up saying, from the LFI saying, oh yeah, BLM, we were there, we put out leaflet. Look, our speaker just showed, one person of you said, maybe you should check what the leaflets say. Yeah, they say that what the ILWU did was great. And another speaker just got up saying that there's an action going on right. I'm sorry, who leads the ILWU Local 10? A bunch of pro-democratic party, social democrat that needs to be overthrown. And your leaflet are saying, oh, it's great what they're doing. Yeah, they're reformists, but it's great. That's not fighting for revolutionary leadership. So here's the thing, comrades of the LFI. This debate is called the Fight for the Fourth International Today. And we provided a response. You looked at the past. We have a program for the present and for the future. And we use our mistakes of the past, we're very honest about them, to push that forward. That's what revolutionary platypus, that's what orthodox Marxism is today.
Okay, so next we have a remote intervention from Cerezo, from the Liga Quarta Internacionalista do Brasil.
Gostaria de contar um pouco sobre uma luta histórica aqui no Brasil e o que a LCI fez em 1996 e depois disso. A campanha para expulsar os guardas municipais do SFPMVR teve conexão com a luta contra a Frente Popular do PT e a opressão racial. Por exemplo, trouxemos para o Brasil a campanha Mobilizar o Poder Operário para a Libertação de Mumia Abu Jamal. Essa luta foi feita sobre a base de nossa experiência nas grandes greves dos metalúrgicos, muitas delas sob a ditadura militar e a de 88, a qual os trabalhadores ganharam apesar da repressão do Exército, que culminou com o assassinato de 3 operários. Fomos os primeiros e até agora os únicos a pôr na prática a palavra de ordem trotskista. Policiais de nenhum tipo fazem parte da classe operária e devem ser expulsos dos sindicatos. Com a mobilização sistemática dos trabalhadores, realizamos esta campanha, que agora é parte da história da luta pela Quarta Internacional. O irônico foi que essa mesma LCI, que nos encorajou, acabou exigindo que os camaradas desistissem da campanha e abandonassem o sindicato e, além disso, saíssem da cidade de Volta Redonda. Como, obviamente, não aceitamos esta posição vergonhosa, a LCI rompeu as relações fraternais conosco, exatamente um dia antes da Assembleia que mobilizamos para que os operários votassem pela expulsão dos guardas. Aquela Assembleia foi reprimida. Apesar do abandono da LCI, continuamos a campanha e os guardas foram expulsos pela votação dos trabalhadores. A LCI ainda tentou dar cobertura à sua traição de classe, lançando uma calúnia sórdida depois da outra. Muitas tomadas do grupo anticomunista, pró-policial, em Volta Redonda, que tentou esmagar a campanha. A LCI chegou ainda ao extremo de tentar impedir os sindicatos no Brasil e em outros países de nos defender. Aproveitando nossa experiência Lembramos da luta para expulsar os guardas, a luta contra as guerras imperialistas, a luta contra o racismo e a opressão racista e a da mulher, e todos os crimes da burguesia brasileira. Criamos a Liga Quarta Internacionalista do Brasil, uma das seções fundadoras da LQI, que é parte da luta que fazemos contra com as demais seções da LQI para reforjar o Partido Mundial da Revolução Socialista de Trotsky.
Okay, I'm translating Comrade Cerezo's remark. I would like to tell a little about a historic struggle here in Brazil and what the ICL did in 1996 and subsequently. The campaign to expel the municipal guardas or police from the SFPMVR, the Volta Redonda Municipal Workers Union, was connected to the struggle against the PT's Workers' Party's against their Workers' Party and racial oppression. For example, we brought the campaign to mobilize workers' power to free Mumia Abu-Jamal to Brazil. The struggle to remove the police was carried out on the basis of our experience in the huge strikes by the metal workers, many of them under the military dictatorship, and the one in 1988, which we, the workers, won despite the repression unleashed by the army, which culminated in them murdering 3 workers. We were the first, and up to now the only ones, to have put into practice the Trotskyist slogan, "Police of all kinds are not part of the working class and must be expelled from the unions." Through systematic mobilization of the workers, we carried out this campaign, which is now part of the history of the fight for the Fourth International. What is ironic is that the ICL, which had encouraged us at first, wound up demanding that the comrades stop the campaign, abandon the union, and furthermore leave the city of Volta Redonda. Since obviously we did not accept this shameful position, the ICL broke fraternal relations with us exactly 1 day before the union assembly we had mobilized so that the workers would vote to carry out the expulsion of the police. That assembly was repressed, but despite this and the ICL's abandonment of the struggle, we continued the campaign and the police were expelled by the workers' vote. Yes, the ICL tried to cover up its betrayal.
1 minute, please.
Launching one sordid slander after another, many of them taken up from the pro-police anti-communist grouping in Volta Redonda that tried to crush the campaign. The ICL even went so far as to try to stop unions in Brazil and other countries from defending us. Using the experience we have gained, we remember the struggle to expel the police, the struggle against imperialist wars, the struggle against racism and racial oppression and women's oppression, and all the crimes of the Brazilian bourgeoisie to create the Liga Quarta Internacionalista do Brasil, Fourth Internationalist League of Brazil, one of the sections of the LFI, part of the fight that we, together with the other sections of the LFI, are carrying out to reforge Trotsky's World Party of Socialist Revolution.
Okay, I'm going to call on Don. Don C., is he here?
Hello, my name is John Holmes.
Excuse me, John, I'm not calling on you. I'm calling on Don. Don C.
My name is Don C. I'm a retired rebel worker and a former member of the ICL. To say that the working class needs revolutionary leadership is to say everything and nothing at the same time. And that is what the ICL does, okay? It's a bombastic cause that's supposedly militant, okay? But let me ask this, okay? Because the old Spartacist League gained a great deal of respect carrying out exemplary actions and exemplary interventions. Okay? You cry that the left and even your own comrades capitulated to the national unity during the pandemic. But the ICL has important supporters in key union locations and in important industry like transportation. What did these people do? Did they intervene in their locals for labor action? Did they get past, try to attempt to pass motions? They did nothing. Nothing, comrade. Even your supporter now in IOW Local 10, okay, runs on a platform.
1 minute, please.
Runs on a platform of dumbing down slogans to the workers, okay? And then a gimmick call for black liberation, okay? That is bullshit, comrade. That is not exemplary work. That's what they call dodging the IOW bureaucracy, because the thing that would really make them upset is if your comrade in the campaign raised a call to hot cargo military goods, but instead she ran a campaign in which one would not know that there was a war going on in Gaza, that thousands of Palestinian
Time, please.
Arabs were being killed.
The speaker for the ICL.
All right, this is how we demonstrated revolutionary leadership. And it was with our Neely Penny statement, which some of your members called racist. But what happens when you call our statement racist and give no answer to the issue of crime or to defend working class self-defense? You fuel the destructive racial polarizations in society. What was happening in the city at this moment? The anti-racist liberals were dividing the class along racial lines by saying Neely's death was a racist attack. They told the working class that expressing any concern on crime, or if they even defended themselves from an attack by a mentally ill person, they were either uncompassionate or racist. Ignoring the issue of crime will only push the working class, both black and white, into the arms of reaction. You could see the beginnings of it now. It's why many of the workers, seeing no revolutionary alternative, voted for Eric Adams in the first place, because he campaigned on a platform of law and order, especially in the subways. Every day the working masses are crushed by the bosses, then to go home to dilapidated apartments if they haven't caught on fire or collapsed yet. And in between, they got to take public transit where they have to fight off attackers who either want to rob them or push them on the tracks. And in between, they got to worry about if their train car derails. Seriously, have you not taken the train to see what goes on down there? Have you not spoken to the working masses who take the trains, who are forced to face the rot created by the capitalists? Because let me tell you, the working class sentiment was finally someone got involved. Especially transit workers who deal with these hazards every day. But no, that didn't go along with the anti-racist liberal narrative, so they made it seem as if Neely was performing. Penny went behind him and killed him because of the color of his skin, when that's not the case at all. Neely was threatening. Ask anyone who was on the train that day. And here's the thing though, Neely did not deserve to die. But Penny had the right to self-defense and to defend the people on the train. And by placing the blame on them, you alibi those who were actually responsible for the Neelys and Pennies out there. That's the bourgeoisie.
1 minute, please.
This is the issue of crime that was taken up. On one hand, you have the liberals who tell the workers to ignore crime, turn the other cheek, eat the abuse. And then you have the right wing who acknowledges crime, but their answer is vigilantism, both which only fuels racial polarizations. It was the task of communists to cut through this racial division, expose how both these prongs have no answer to the working class, both black and white. We needed to expose the right, but show that it wasn't liberal compassion Neely needed. He needed housing, employment, healthcare. which is nothing you could get from the capitalist system because it's in repeated economic and social decay. And these aren't any gains you can win with the program of anti-racist liberal, because they only try to curb the worst excesses of capitalism while trying to beg the masses to be nice to the people they oppress. And I want to add that the scaffolding to the statement were the Bernard Goetz articles written by Jan Norden. Weird that you don't even make a peep on that. Is it because you fall into the trap of liberal hysteria that has gripped this city? Or you want to tell and not alienate the liberals around you?
Time, please.
Next, we have another remote speaker, Jack Heyman, supporter of the ICL LFI and a longtime militant in the West Coast ILWU Longshore and Warehouse Union.
Yes, yeah. Start the time.
Start it. You have to start the time because this is taking up time.
No. That's the last speaker. Yeah, we'll have another LFI speaker, but your time is going to be reduced. Say 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Mar. I'm a part of Revolutionary Internationalist Youth. In the recent pamphlet called The LFI Chooses Sectarianism, the ICL says that they would make a united front with Mexico's bourgeois nationalist president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, to fight against U.S. imperialism. Throughout history, we have seen the anti-imperialist united front be used to justify chaining the proletariat to the bourgeoisie. This class collaborationist united front in Mexico would be no different. It is illusory to claim that AMLO, the lapdog of Washington, is fighting against US imperialism. In his time in office, AMLO has sent over 30,000 soldiers and elements of the National Guard to Mexico's northern and southern borders to violently stop the flow of immigrants into the US. These immigrants come from countries that have been devastated by imperialism.
1 minute, please.
The troops on Mexico's borders are the beck and call of the US. Just last month, after a meeting with President Biden, AMLO sent troops to destroy a migrant encampment in Matamoros, Mexico. To tell the Mexican working class that a struggle against imperialism can be fought and won with AMLO or any Mexican bourgeois politician is to deceive and betray them, something the SL has done time and time and time again, and goes against the Marxist principle of class independence. A struggle against imperialism in Mexico would necessarily be a struggle against capitalism, and only an independent working class that is free from illusions in their bourgeois politicians can win that struggle.
Thank you. The last speaker I'm going to have on this round is Bryce. Is Bryce here? An independent? Yes.
Hello, my name is Bryce. I've been sitting here kind of observing some of the conversations being had. I have a couple of rhetorical questions that you can either answer out loud or answer for yourself that I think are relevant to being a Marxist. I think first and foremost, would you personally define liberalism as a bourgeois conception? And if your answer is yes, which I hope it is, would you then consider that it would be a waste of time to focus specifically on liberalism rather than tearing down the bourgeois apparatus, which there's only one way to do, correct? On the question of what type of actions to take. I have heard a lot of members of one side of the room declare that there are specific actions that must be taken for us to build working class power, yet they have not named what those are, which hopefully people in this room, all of them know, but if they do not, I think it would be materially helpful to either describe them or physically take part in such actions. As we know, the only way to actually agitate with working class people and to show them that we have a correct program or that we are politically effective is to take part in struggle, which means that we need to physically be there. The last thing that I'm going to make a note about is this question of race and identity being something that is noted upon as being a liberal conception. I think that specifically around Jordan Neely or any issue dealing with the race of a mentally ill and sick individual, thank you, that I would say that they do not deserve death, that they would not be the kind of person that we would admonish and describe as, I guess like a criminal based upon the bourgeois system, that they deserve life instead of being criticized. I had other things to say, but I wasn't actually ready to speak yet, so I apologize.
Thank you. Okay, in the interest of keeping on our very tight schedule, we'll start the summary now with the LFI speaking first with 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to just mention that among the things that the ICL says that it's going to investigate and that we are waiting to hear the results of are the trials. The trial of Comrade Socorro and the trial that was going to be held of Comrades Jan and Marjorie. I want to send greetings to Comrade Socorro of the Internationalist Group, the founder of our organization, and to protest here yet again against the filthy trial which you staged against her. Some of you are here in this room. We want to know what was unprincipled about that trial. And if you say everything, that's true, but you don't get away with just that. And if it's maybe ancient history to you and not so important, perhaps that's because you were on the dishing out end and not the receiving end. Similarly, when Comrade Vincent says that the ICL, at least it admits the mistakes. I call this the Boy Scout defense. Hey, everybody makes mistakes, but we admit it. You get merit badges for it. No. Well, what I will say about that is you've had a lot of practice, haven't you, in terms of your so-called mistakes. But there's one little problem. According to us, and according to you, they were not mistakes. They were betrayals. They were betrayals. Now, have you ever been on the receiving end of a betrayal? I mean a political, social one, in the class struggle. Well, the comrade from Brazil just talked about what that was about. That was a real struggle. It was a struggle to bring the program of Trotskyism into practice. Now, unbelievably, we heard here today that the so-called real crime, the real crime was not that sort of thing, right? Not that sort of thing, but failing to understand the documents and the power of the documents from 1992 and so on and so forth. This is the memorandum theory of history yet again. Well, the very powerful documents magically made you do one thing and us do the other. You say, well, they both voted for the documents, and they're both the same. The IG and the LFI is both the same. The IG fought and the LQB fought to throw the police out of the union. And you fought to stop it. You told them to stop. Why? The memo made us do it. Well, funny that this powerful memo made us do the opposite. How about 9/11? How about 9/11? We called to defeat U.S. imperialism. We marched in the streets with that slogan. We called for workers' strikes against the war. Was that an abstract slogan? According to you, it had no resonance. We took it onto the docks. We took it onto the docks as the Iraq war was ramping up. This is not an abstract, hidebound theoretical orthodoxy. This is called the class struggle. And you said that our call for hot cargoing was wrong. Yes, you did. Look it up, and we've documented it. That was the line. You want to talk about the bureaucracy? That was the line of Jim Spinoza, the head of the ILWU. Don't stop the war material. It might cause problems for the union. And we called for the workers' strikes against the war, and you and the rest of the opportunists left said that would never happen, but guess what? It did. On May Day 2008, all 29 ports were shut down on the West Coast. And you sneered at it, and you deformed it. Talk about deformed. You deformed and you fabricated. Same damn thing that you did about the Mumia shutdown in 1999. Then you had to apologize and retract it, kind of, sort of. But what about the one in Brazil that started it? The first workers' action for Mumia's freedom, the first labor shutdown for Mumia's freedom. It's not a page of paper. It's a real action in the class struggle, and it's part of the program of revolutionary Marxism. That happened in Brazil. You have not written a single word about it since that time, not one time. Why do you think that is? Oh, because the sectarians carried it out. And the anti-sectarians, anti-sectarianly, don't mention it, because those are unmentionable, disposable people on the receiving end. Not of your mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Trivial Boy Scout talking. I don't mean the person, I mean the phrase. It was not a mistake, it was a betrayal. And yes, when we called to defeat U.S. imperialism and we criticized you for dropping it, what did you say? A comrade referred to this. No, we're not going to let you forget it. You want to talk about now? Now is a product of history. You are a product of that history. You called us, you said that we were playing the counterfeit card of anti-Americanism. You said this in the weeks after 9/11, when anti-Americanism could land you in prison. And there was roundups of immigrants all over the place. And we went to the demonstrations to free them, which you did not, of course. Well, you did go there to denounce us one time, but you said something else. You said the IG's purpose is otherwise. It is playing to a different audience, one of third world nationalists for whom the only good American is a dead American. That's what you wrote about us. So you can say, well, we all make mistakes. This was not a mistake. And you're doing the same kind of obeisance and genuflection to your own ruling class today, including over your leaflet on Palestine. Now, turn that off, please. So why did this powerful memo make the two sides do the opposite things? Because you ceased to be revolutionaries through a process of degeneration, which has now culminated in you openly saying that the founding program of the tendency you still pretend to have some continuity with, somehow, was what? The old-timers are supposed to chew this up and swallow it. The historic position of Spartacism turned the world upside down. Interesting. Look at your Spartacist 68. Look
1 minute, please.
The hammer's upside down and backwards. They get a lot of things upside down and backwards. And their new logo. Shaped by the delusion that the historic leader of our tendency, Jim Robertson, had a correct approach, blah, blah. Therefore, it upheld many positions, counterposed to permanent revolution. It's a perversion of permanent revolution, they say. The old-timer's supposed to eat it, swallow it, and regurgitate it. Okay? You have sold your birthright for a mess of pottage. The revisions are far from finished. The reason for this stuff about the anti-imperialist United Front and supporting the language laws in Quebec and Catalonia and embracing the Freedom Charter and the rest of it is to take what remains of this organization very, very far, qualitatively far. Who knows how far, but it will be enormously far from what it set out to do. And I'm very glad, let me just say, that the grotesque Neely leaflet was attacked and quite horrified by the response. Forward to a real Fourth International, not a collection of rotten opportunist gimmicks.
Time. Okay, the ICL summary has 15 minutes.
Okay. So I think I don't need to explain once more that I actually provided a perspective for the fight for the Fourth International today, and there was absolutely nothing from the speakers of the LFI. So I won't insist too much on this point. I will actually respond to as many of the questions I can. By the way, about the old-timers, you should talk to them, see what they think. I'll tell you, they're not under hostage. Let's start with the beginning, the crisis in the left. Like, you cannot ignore this question. The entire left has been a crisis for the last, well, more than 30 years, but it's been particularly acute in the last 30 years. You have to, if you want to be serious to reforge the Fourth International, you have to try to provide an answer to explain what is the reason for this crisis. You have no answer. Liberalism, we are asked to define it. I'm not going to do a whole history of liberalism, which you can read somewhere else, but I'm going to try to pose it concretely, because liberalism changes in different times and space. So we did not invent the task to fight liberalism. Actually, most of Lenin's career was fighting bourgeois liberalism in Russia, fighting the influence of the Cadet and against the Cadet opposition to Tsarism. So we're not inventing the fight against liberalism. What we're doing is we're putting it in the concretes of the epoch in the 1990s and today. In the 1990s, as our comrade explained, liberalism was the ideology of US imperialism. Its strength was a reflection of the strength of US imperialism. It was pushed everywhere, and that's why you see the shift towards liberalism in the workers' movement all around the world. Today, the character of liberalism is changing because US imperialism is in decline. It's no longer a confident liberalism asserting and pushing. It's a reactive, hysterical liberalism that cannot deal with any challenge, any criticism, and that reacts frantically. Liberalism is the cover against under which the US imperialism and its allies have made all their crimes around the world. It has fueled massive discontent against it. Yet the left, the problem with the left is they're still trying to fight reaction today, holding on to the coattails of this liberalism. It's not just some academic abstract question, it's rooted in the task. What is the task today? The task is to break the left from liberalism. That's the task. Now let's get to some of the concrete questions. Palestine, what to do now? What is the obstacle to actually defending Palestine in the workers' movement? It's the Democratic Party in the United States. We need to fight to break the influence of the Democratic Party on the movement. That means the DSAers who are now leading this movement. There's a gigantic popular front that goes from Joe Biden to the left-wing DSAers in Congress to the other DSAers who claim to be communists. You need to break this chain. If you cannot break this chain, you cannot defend Palestine, because that's how the whole movement is being organized on. We want to talk about the legacy. Answer this question about the legacy of the Spartacist League on the question of the Nakba. Our initial position, read it, it's a defense of the Nakba. That's a criminal position. And then we covered it up by saying that it was a factual mistake. Answer this question. Now, the black question, BLM, what were the tasks? Why did the left betray? What was the task? The task was to break the black movement from liberalism, to bring it on a communist path. how to do that. Not just by saying, break with the Democrats, and not by just saying, we need socialist revolution. You need to exploit the contradictions of the movement. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with our Open the Archives campaign. And you know what? Again, it's not our intervention. What about it? We are inspired by the call of the Bolsheviks to open the archives of the Tsarist diplomacy, secret diplomacy. You know how they achieved that? They did it. It was possible. You know how they did it? They made a revolution. That's how you do it. And you know what? You're disparaging about our demand. Oh, will that be injustice? Actually, you know, there's hundreds of thousands of people whose families have been murdered by the cops who do want to know what happened and what's in these archives. It's not just some puff. My turn. Mexico. Okay, you guys got organized workers' defense guards. All to your honor. But you know what? UNAM, it was a gigantic movement. Okay? How did this advance? How did this movement, how did the revolutionaries intervene in this movement to break from populism, to break populism? Why wasn't there no revolutionary pole built out of this movement? Why? It's because all the so-called communists think that fighting against imperialism is a capitulation to the bourgeoisie. But the only way to defeat populism is to push forward the struggle against imperialism. Portland, this is exactly what we show. Your speaker said that the shutdown in the West Coast, that's what we mean by class struggle. The ILWU supports Joe Biden. So they can do one day of action. That's to get the steam out. Communist workers need to go to that. They need to support this. But they need to do this at the same time denouncing the ILW bureaucracy. And that's the element that's missing. And that's the centrism. You will never stop, the ILW bureaucracy will never stop arms shipments to Ukraine or to Palestine. There needs to be a fight against them. And that's exactly what you're not doing. DSA, okay, how are you going to build a revolutionary party in the United States? It's by splitting social democracy. It's by splitting DSA. You can go to them and be like, oh yes, you supported Vietnam, you supported all the crimes of US imperialism, which is true, by the way, which is true. And you know what? The SPD, they supported all the crimes of German imperialism and so on. But if you want a revolutionary party in Germany, you need to split the SPD. If you want a revolutionary party in the United States, you need to split social democracy. And you don't do that just by throwing rocks at people. Actions. You want to talk about some of the actions we did. Our picket line, look at our intervention in the strike in Britain. Every step of the way, we told workers what needed to be done. We put forward a campaign for picket lines and it became a polarizing question in the left because the whole left refused to say, never cross a picket line. UAW strike, same thing. We showed step by step. How dare you say it's economist? Our main slogan was to tie this strike to black liberation. And if you think that a devastating blow to GM and Ford would not have helped the Palestinians, you are so wrong. That would have totally undermined the position of the US right now and made it much more difficult to do their crimes in Palestine. Brazil, you know what? What we did was despicable. I'm ashamed of it. But you know what? How are we going to advance the revolution in Brazil? We're going to advance it by combining the struggle against imperialism, the fight against black liberation, and showing how the Popular Front betrays this. And that's what you guys have not done. And that's what none of our discussions with Luta Metalurgica ever touched on. It's my turn. Robertson. Lots was said about Robertson. I want to defend him a little bit here. We do not throw away our whole legacy. We actually, what do we stand on? We stand on the proudest moment of the ICL. We stand on the Russian question, on the defense of the Soviet Union, on the defense of the DDR. Nobody said anything about this, but that's what we defend of Spartacism. So no, we will not get rid of our paper. We will keep being proud to be Spartacists. So I actually have reading these documents by the LFI, actually I got a fair amount of respect for the comrades who at the time refused to capitulate under this bureaucratic witch hunt. Honestly. But it's not because you were the victims of a bureaucratic purge that you had the answers for the historic tasks of the working class in that epoch. So you speak about the task and perspectives. But you know what? If you don't have the correct tasks and perspective, then you're not rooting your program in a Marxist materialist base. So you're left just going around, like floating around. And what happened, the truth is that the ICL and LFI were two poles circling around liberalism. Sometimes sectarian, sometimes opportunists. Both sides. And you know what? Oh yeah, you can say, oh yes, the SWP called us sectarian 30 years ago. But you know what? People are sectarian. Sectarianism is a problem in the left, just as opportunism is. And Trotsky and Lenin fought both tendencies. So I want to conclude by saying, to urge comrades, study these presentations, study the content of the documents, and ask yourself, who actually has a perspective to go forward? Who can actually say, what is the task of revolutionary leadership today? And I think the answer to this question is very obvious. Thanks.
That concludes this section of the debate. I want to thank the speakers at the podium and all the speakers from the floor for adhering to time limits, and we actually have a couple of minutes that we can add on to our break, which I think people may need it to stretch their legs, empty their bladders, and do other necessary things. We will reconvene at 5 minutes after 5, okay? Precisely, 5 minutes after 5. And where the discussion will be on the permanent revolution. Thank you. Okay, if people could please quiet down, take their seats. I'm going to ask, that's the last time I'm going to ask, then I'm going to start throwing things. Okay, this is the session on permanent revolution. I welcome you back. The speaker for the ICL will be Anna Milley, who is a member of the International Executive Committee of the ICL. The speaker for the LFI will be Jan Norden, who was a longtime editor of Workers' Vanguard, and of course now is affiliated with the IG of the LFI. And the coin toss has been won by the CIL, so Anna Milley will go first.
Okay. I want to be clear about something. This debate is not a historical review of permanent revolution, but an inseparable part of the struggle to forge the Fourth International today. The fundamental question in relation to the nations of the world oppressed by the imperialist bourgeoisie is that the only solution in order to bring national and social emancipation is workers' revolution. And the only way this can be achieved is by forging communist parties to be able to lead the struggle to success. I think posing the question in this way, both organizations can claim some form of agreement. But for Marxists, the question is not just preaching revolution. What is fundamental is how a workers' revolution will be achieved. What are the tasks of the revolutionaries in the oppressed world, as well as the imperialist countries, to advance this struggle, starting from day-to-day struggles and connecting them to the ultimate goal. For this to happen, the proletarian vanguard must put at the epicenter of the strategy the struggle for national liberation of the oppressed nations from world imperialism, and not skip over the just national aspiration of the masses, ignoring them, or even denounce them as an obstacle to revolutionary class struggle and socialist revolution. And here lies our difference with the LFI. So the focus in this presentation is going to be precisely that, how to advance the struggle for the socialist revolution in the neo-colonial world. This one. To understand why the fight for national liberation is the motor force for revolution in an oppressed country, it is crucial to understand the material reality in these countries. So let me give you a picture of where I come from. Greece fought against the Ottoman Empire to establish an independent state, only to find itself under the yoke of three protecting powers. The War of Independence brought the Greek people not freedom, but the dictatorial rule of Bavarian princes imposed by the British, French, and Russian ruling classes. In an astonishing irony with the Troika of our day, an international finance commission took charge and controlled Greek finances, stripped Greece of its sovereign powers. One financial bankruptcy followed the other, and really, very little remained for the masses. In World War I, the imperialists blockaded Athens, starving the population, forcing Greece to enter the war. World War II, the country was occupied by three forces: Italy, Germany, Bulgaria. The Nazi occupation was amongst the most brutal in Europe. When the Nazis left, the British first and then the US took over, crashing the revolution. In 1967, a military dictatorship backed by the US reigned the country for 7 years. And in our epoch, the epoch of the hegemony of the US, the main hegemonic power, together with Germany, strangled the country through the peaceful, the peaceful plunder of finance capital. The workers have fought tooth and nail against the imperialists. From 2008 to 2015, endless general strikes, massive, militant, the masses directly confronted the imperialists and their Greek lackeys, demanding their liberation from imperialist bondage. The latest example, after a train crash last February caused by the destruction of the railways by privatization, 57 people died, and a mass political strike took place against the imperialists and the government. From privatization of education, health, ports, closing of industry, attacks on government rights, overthrowing the government, to a huge debt on the shoulders of the masses, the imperialists dictate and control every aspect of the political and economic life of the country, keeping it poor and undeveloped in a state of destitution. This is how the material reality of Greece looks like. And taking into consideration whatever differences in every country, this is the living picture for all the neo-colonial world. Grounding our method in this materialist understanding, it's not hard to identify that the main enemy of the proletariat in oppressed nations is imperialism and not the national bourgeoisie. This is illustrated clearly in the struggles of the proletariat. Historically, class struggle in Greece is defined and pushed forward by the struggles of the proletariat and the broader masses of the oppressed against imperialist subjugation. It is this oppression and national humiliation that moves the masses. Their just national aspiration, their powerful anti-imperialist sentiment, their yearning for peace and a better life against the humiliation imposed by the imperialists gives the proletariat struggles for the most basic demands an explosive character, and are powerful weapons which need to be taken up by the proletarian vanguard to defeat imperialism and bring national and social liberation for the masses. Trotsky wrote, quote, "To really arouse the workers and peasants against imperialism is possible only by connecting their basic and most profound life interests with the cause of the country's liberation. But in its struggle for its liberation, there is an obstacle, the national bourgeoisie. To understand its role, why and how is an obstacle, it is necessary to show its material position. This is determined by combined and uneven development. The decisive forces in oppressed countries are the imperialists and the proletariat, not the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is standing weak and trapped between the two, incapable of playing an independent role, and forced to maneuver between the two. Seeking to resolve the democratic questions and develop the country to strengthen its position as a ruling class, it has to rely either on the imperialists or on the proletariat to resist against the imperialists. It is in the latter where then bourgeoisie can take progressive measures like nationalizations that promotes the illusion that it can lead the struggle against imperialist subjugation. At the same time, as a property class, it's conscious that any independent struggle of the proletariat against the imperialists threatens its own class rule. This is why it has to maintain itself at the head of the national liberation struggle. Because of its ties to private property, in order to secure its class interests, at the end it suppresses the proletariat, betrays the anti-imperialist struggle, and sides with the imperialists. Only based on this method, it is possible to show why the bourgeoisie is a reactionary class and why the proletariat is the only class capable of liberating the nation from imperialism, resolving the democratic tasks under the dictatorship of the proletariat supported by the peasantry. The national bourgeoisie is the main political obstacle, but not the main force to defeat. In response to the bourgeoisie, two non-revolutionary poles in the workers' movement have developed historically in Greece and in the world. One consists in supporting the bourgeoisie under the pretext of fighting against imperialism. This trend views the bourgeoisie as the force that can bring freedom to the oppressed people, reflecting the right-wing expression of opportunism. A good example is the Greek Stalinists, which in the 40s, in the name of fighting fascism, betrayed the heroic struggle of the workers and peasants, subordinating them to the Greek bourgeoisie and the progressive, in quotes, imperialists. The other pole is a reaction to the first, in this side of the room, and with the correct impulse of fighting against the national bourgeoisie, rejects the anti-imperialist struggle altogether under the pretext of class independence. This is the expression of left-wing opportunism, sectarianism. A good example is the Greek Trotskyists in the 40s, which in the name of pure class struggle and socialist revolution denied any kind of national oppression. Ironically, today, they took flip positions. The Trotskyists support the national bourgeoisie under the pretext of fighting imperialism, and the Stalinists reject the anti-imperialist struggle in the name of class independence. Both trends are an obstacle of forging a Marxist pole in the neocolonies, and as two sides of the same coin, both end up leaving the national liberation struggle and the leadership of the masses in the hands of the national bourgeoisie. Both poles strengthen the grip of the nationalists on the masses, betraying both the national and social emancipation. What is the only revolutionary policy for the neocolonies is a Marxist pole in that room, which fights for the national liberation of the oppressed people of the world, armed with the Leninist principle of class independence, is the only way to smash the nationalists, take the lead, and direct the anti-imperialist struggle to its final conclusion. Workers' revolution. I want to insist the only way to break the hold on the masses is to compete with the national bourgeoisie. This is not a new program invented by the ICL, comrades. It's an application of the Comintern's second and fourth congresses. I challenge the LFI to prove that the Comintern's program, which generalized the experience of the October Revolution, was class collaborationist and publicly condemned. The thesis on the Eastern question is in the lead table, and everybody should read it carefully and make your conclusions. The LFI falls into the second pole of the two trends described above. It doesn't deny that the neocolonial world is oppressed by imperialism, but this only speaks against it. Recognizing the oppression by imperialism and even having orthodox formulation against it, in a sense, is more deceitful, since it masks its opportunism with left formulas, like preaching class struggle and revolution. However, what you will not find is how you will make one. Both organizations agree that it is essential to combat nationalism. The question is how? We see the national aspiration of the masses as the motor force, as the heart of the revolution, which must be channeled and pushed forward through the revolutionary veins of the proletarian vanguard and beat harder, sweeping away the arteriosclerotic and diseased body of capitalism. The LFI see the national aspiration of the masses as something that needs to be suppressed, held back, or even dropped, clogging the arteries, stopping the heart of the revolution, depriving it of every breath. This is our difference. By rejecting the force which moves the millions of oppressed into class struggle and ultimately socialist revolution, the LFI capitulates to the same force that it wants to combat, the nationalists, leaving the anti-imperialist struggle in their hands. The LFI creates a false dilemma by contrasting the struggle against imperialist subjugation and the struggle for the overthrow of national bourgeoisie. But every struggle that arouses the proletariat against the imperialists is a real step forward on the road to social liberation. The revolutionary struggle to break the imperialist yoke does not weaken, but rather strengthens the political differentiation of classes. When the exploited masses stand on their feet confronting the imperialists, it inevitably pushes the national bourgeoisie into an open block with the latter. To fight against imperialism, one must necessarily fight against the national bourgeoisie. The essence of permanent revolution and the tasks of communists consist not in rejecting the masses' aspirations, neither in the separation of class struggle and democratic demands, but in the fusion of the democratic and socialist struggles under the communist banner. This is the epitome of the transitional program, the bridge or the stages of the revolutionary class struggle. But let's apply LFI's method in the US. By this approach, class struggle rather than democratic demands, the black masses should drop their struggle for black liberation and fight only against their class oppression. But we all know, including the LFI, that you cannot even start to talk about class struggle in the US in separation with the struggle for black liberation. The fight for black liberation is inseparable from the struggle for workers' revolution in the US. Taking this back to the neocolonies, the fight for national liberation is inseparable from the struggle for workers' revolution. But no, for the LFI, that is a capitulation to nationalism. What does the LFI's position mean for the proletariat and the imperialist centers? The task for communism in the US is to champion the national liberation struggles of the oppressed people. Only if the proletariat of the West fight for this principle will manage to break the mistrusts of the workers of the oppressed world and open the road for the revolutionary unity of the world proletariat. The LFI's position divides the world proletariat because it is not rallying the oppressed people to fight against imperialist enslavement, but tells them to temper their national aspirations. With this, any talk of building an international that fights imperialism is a fraud. The LFI's program, and I'm very happy you talked about the Anti-Imperialist United Front, came into practice during the Greek referendum in 2015. Brutal austerity by the EU, IMF, had impoverished the masses for years. The imperialists were pushing for more austerity. The masses were fighting back. Syriza, the leader party of the bourgeoisie in the government, was squeezed between the two and called for a referendum. The question was simple. Do you accept the austerity package of the EU, IMF, or not? Syriza hoped that the masses would vote yes, aiming to have a popular mandate for the new austerity package, capitulating more to the imperialists and avoiding confrontation with the masses. The imperialists were blackmailing the workers, shutting the banks to force them to accept the austerity and prevent them from voting no. But the Greek proletariat is well known for its courage and sacrifice. The LFI has a lot to learn from them. The blackmails by the imperialists and the bourgeoisie only drove the masses to massively reject the austerity package, saying to the imperialists to go to hell. As communists, we knew that Syriza would betray. The question was, are you going to stand at the sidelines saying, we don't have a side, calling on the workers to abstain and occupy the ports instead, like the LFI, or going with the masses within the struggle? Voting no was the only principled position, taking a stand against imperialism and use it as a weapon to push forward the struggle, exposing in the process before the masses who had illusions in Syriza every vacillation, capitulation, and betrayal of the bourgeoisie. Syriza's betrayal was a golden opportunity to push forward for a general offensive against all of its oppressors, foreign and local. That is the essence of the Anti-Imperialist United Front. The LFI's refusal to take a stand with the oppressed from Manhattan in a clear-cut question, do you accept or not the austerity measures, was a grotesque capitulation to the imperialists, like the KKE. At the same time, rejecting the United Front against imperialism, the KKE, echoed by LFI, did not advance class independence, quite the opposite. In the name of class independence from the Greek bourgeoisie, it left the mantle of anti-imperialism to Syriza, guaranteeing the continued hold on the masses. The LFI, rejecting the Leninist distinction between oppressed and oppressor nations, refused to oppose American and German imperialism, the main oppressors of Greece. This clearly shows that its struggle against imperialist oppression is, like Lenin said, a dishonest facade, such as we see in the parties of the Second International. When LFI sectarianism, you see, confronted reality, it transformed into social chauvinism. So yes, we would make an anti-imperialist united front against the imperialists with AMLO, Erdogan, Modi, and not only when there is a war, but also in peaceful times. After all, war is a continuation of policy by other means. The tasks for revolutionaries in peace and in war are essentially the same: taking a side with the oppressed, struggling to wrest leadership away from the bourgeoisie, to lead the masses to liberation from all their oppression. And if the LFI thinks, like Comrade Negrete, that class independence is guaranteed just by saying in a war, we have a military side that will give no political support, that class independence is guaranteed, then they close the eyes to the naked truth of class struggle. The only way to secure political independence of the proletarian party is to put forward an independent proletarian perspective in deeds within the struggle, not standing in the sidelines screaming for revolution. On the LFI's accusation about that of class collaboration, I will reply with a thesis on the national and colonial questions at the Second Congress of the Comintern, written by Lenin himself, and again, I challenge the LFI to condemn him. He writes, "The Communist International should arrive at temporary agreements and, yes, even establish alliance with the revolutionary movement in the colonies and backward countries. But it cannot merge with this movement. Instead, it absolutely must maintain the independent character of the proletarian movement, even its in embryonic stage." And I want to end with a beautiful quote, really beautiful quote, that captured powerfully many of the points made in this presentation. It says, "In Latin America, the most powerful and dominant oppressor and exploiter is clearly Yankee imperialism. It is often the direct employers of the workers. Its IMF dictates starvation, austerity policy. The so-called national bourgeoisie is organically the lackey, the servant of the imperialists, their branch office manager at most. When this or that section of the bourgeoisie uses anti-imperialist rhetoric, it is to tighten its grip on the masses, the better to subordinate them in reality to imperialism. The dictators are usually puppets. In these senses, imperialism is the dominant, the strongest, more resourceful and stable enemy, i.e. the main enemy." I would like 30 seconds. "I could not have said better, Comrade Negrete." It's from you, your letter. "This is a letter you wrote in 1984, and you were smashed because you touched on fundamental problems with a program. But back then, you were thinking as a Marxist, not as a cynical, bitter, petty bourgeois history professor thinking of the past. You were thinking as a Marxist. We urge you, though, to reconsider in this light and join us."
So what we were discussing here today is how what we have called the born-again International Communist League and the Spartacist League in the United States have abandoned, renounced, denounced, and vilified one key plank after another in the revolutionary Trotskyist program that the Spartacist tendency upheld against all manner of opportunists for 3 decades. We have explained before how the degeneration of the ICL reflected the wave of demoralization of the left set off by the counter-revolutionary destruction of the Soviet Union, undermined by decades of Stalinist bureaucratic misrule and of the bureaucratically deformed worker states of East European Soviet bloc. With its new leadership, the ICL has now reached terminal degeneration so that it renounces the very program on which it was founded. As the ICL sank into passive propagandism, abstentionism, and ultimately betrayal of the class struggle, capitulating to the bourgeoisie's death of communism lie, those longtime cadres who were expelled in 1996 went on to found the International Group, and 2 years later joined with comrades in Brazil, France, and Mexico to form the League for the Fourth International. While the IG and LFI continued to fight for the revolutionary program the Spartacist tendency stood for, the latter-day ICL, for its part, went into a prolonged crisis which continues to this day, repeatedly changing leaderships and programmatically gyrating like a top. Beginning almost immediately after our expulsions, this latter-day ICL began revising and gutting its former program. We've already talked about the string of betrayals, abandoning Brazilian Trotskyist workers' historic 1996 struggle to oust the police from the unions, abandoning the call for Puerto Rican independence, anti-American baiting the LFI for calling for the defeat of U.S. imperialism in Afghanistan, supporting the U.S. invasion of Haiti, and that's only a small part of them. There is a common thread to all these betrayals, and it's not disorientation because of the 1992 conference document. It is capitulation to U.S. imperialism, which continues today as they refuse to defend Russia in the face of the united imperialist proxy war over Ukraine. You claim that there has always been a unipolar imperialist world. Well, there has been at the present time, and what do? You refuse to defend the countries that are being attacked by that united imperialist offensive. I want to reiterate that because in discussing the question of permanent revolution, which is at the heart of the topic of this debate, we're not having an academic discussion. What we have here are counterposed class programs, proletarian internationalist in the case of the LFI versus bourgeois nationalist for the ICL. So Spartacist number 68 came out at the beginning of September, where the leaders of the ICL declare that the political organization that they have taken over was deformed at birth on the central question of permanent revolution supposedly because of denial of revolutionary leadership of the national liberation struggle. In their account, the Spartacist tendency was according to the Spartacist tendency, according to the new ICL, the Spartacist tendency was some kind of a thalidomide baby, a caricature of Trotskyism that betrayed at every turn. So what is Trotsky's perspective of permanent revolution? This is not just a phrase about the revolution continuing indefinitely, but a theory based on his evaluation of the class forces in the first Russian Revolution of 1905, which then became the program of the Russian October Revolution of 1917, and which Trotsky later generalized to colonial, semi-colonial, and other countries of belated capitalist development under imperialist domination. In a nutshell, and I'm quoting here, the belated capitalist development under imperialist the theory of permanent revolution, which is basic to our movement, declares that in the modern world, the bourgeois democratic revolution cannot be completed except through the victory and extension of proletarian revolution. I quote this summary because it comes from the 1963 document Toward the Rebirth of the Fourth International, the founding document of the Spartacist tendency, which we in the LFI uphold, and the reborn ICL will surely renounce sooner or later, as it is incompatible with our present distortion and negation of permanent revolution. The Spartacist tendency was founded on the authentic program of permanent revolution and upheld it against all the pseudo-Trotskyists like Michel Pablo and Ernest Mandel, starting in the early 1950s and a decade later, joined by the leaders of the U.S. Socialist Workers' Party, who abandoned the fight for workers' revolution, led by a Bolshevik-Leninist vanguard, and instead tailed after non-proletarian forces. Today, the ICL under new management, which pulled off what in the business world would be called a hostile takeover with the acquiescence of a demoralized Spartacist old guard, draws its arguments from the various pseudo-Trotskyists, but with an important difference. Whereas the Pavlovites, Mandelites, and so on capitulated to bourgeois and petty bourgeois nationalists and populists, this new crop of revisionists actually are nation-building nationalists masquerading in Trotskyist garb. To carry out their cynical operation, they have to resort to blatantly falsifying history. We saw this already in their 2017 Hydra document, where in the name of defending oppressed nations, they tried to present their advocacy of discriminatory, anti-democratic language laws as Leninism on the national question, when Lenin emphatically said the opposite, opposing official privileging of any language, including of the oppressed. On permanent revolutions, Spartacist 68 claims that, and I'm quoting here, from 1905 to 1917, there was an essential identity between Trotsky's permanent revolution and Lenin's strategic line expressed in the formula of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. It claims that the different formulas were only prognoses and a nuance, and that by 1917, Lenin's algebraic slogan was outlived and had to be substituted by the more arithmetic program of all power to the Soviets. In other words, no big deal. The attempt to pass this off as authentic Trotskyism is rank cynicism. Those of us who were won to Trotskyism, away from the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the peasantry and the proletariat, which we called in shorthand the RDDPP, anyone who went through that experience instantly spotted this ploy. In the correspondence leading up to the debate, the LFI pointed out that in his 1905 pamphlet, Two Tactics of the Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, Lenin stated that his call was explicitly for a democratic, not a socialist regime, and how Trotsky in his 1939 essay on Three Concepts of the Russian Revolution contrasted his call for permanent revolution both to Lenin's formula and that of the Mensheviks. So I suggest you can consult those sources. As for the reborn ICL's claim that Lenin's coming over to the programmatic conclusion of Trotsky's permanent revolution, namely to fight for workers' revolution, for the dictatorship of the proletariat, was just a matter of replacing an outdated prognosis, Trotsky wrote at length in his 1930 History of the Russian Revolution, in chapter 16 on rearming the party, about the tremendous struggle that took place after Lenin issued his 1917 April theses calling for all power to the Soviets. This was ferociously resisted by Kamenev, Stalin, and the other old Bolsheviks who clung to the old formula which called for completing the first stage of a bourgeois revolution. The point is, had the program of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry not been defeated, there would have been no October Revolution. And that's what you claim is essentially the same. So the ICL, under new management, is lying about differences between Lenin's program and Trotsky's leading up to the 1917 Russian Revolution. And when people lie about big issues, it's for a purpose. The purpose in this case is quite clear, underlined by their embrace of the call for an anti-imperialist united front, in quotes, namely, they want to make political blocs with bourgeois nationalists from the populist government of Andrés Manuel López Obrador in Mexico, which they pretend is somehow anti-imperialist, when in fact AMLO is acting as a border guard for the US, both under Trump and now under Biden, to the African National Congress, which presides over the neo-apartheid regime on behalf of international capital. And they also want to make the political bloc in the name of such a so-called United Front with Tsipras and Syriza in Greece. The new crew at the helm of the ICL try to pretend that they are presenting the real deal, even when they are transparently negating Trotsky's program. Spartacist talks repeatedly of the core of permanent revolution, placing the struggle for national liberation at the center of revolutionary strategy for the neo-colonial world. In another place, it says that the experience of 1917, this is a quote, the experience of 1917 speaks to the fundamental core of permanent revolution, which is italicized, which is nothing other than the need for communist leadership of the democratic struggle, first and foremost national liberation. So the essence of the 1917 Russian October Revolution was a democratic struggle for national liberation? What garbage. For what nation? The Russian nation, the Polish nation, the Finnish nation? And the experience of 1917 was essentially a democratic struggle? Whatever happened to the proletariat taking power? The most striking case of a tendency that revised permanent revolution was that of the U.S. Socialist Workers' Party. In late 1981, Doug Jeunesse, the editor of the SWP's newspaper, The Militant, published an article, How Lenin Saw the Russian Revolution, essentially equating permanent revolution with Lenin's RDDPP, the same sleight of hand the ICL is carrying out today. Ernest Mandel implied with the long article, stressing the difference between Lenin's formula from 1905, which foresaw the workers and peasants leading a bourgeois revolution, with Trotsky's program pointing to workers' revolution. Jeunesse responded with an even longer article in mid-1982 claiming that the October 1917 revolution was actually the RDDPP, not a workers' revolution, but a democratic revolution. And a few months later, the SWP's leader, Jack Barnes, came out against permanent revolution altogether in his speech on their Trotsky and ours. What was driving the SWP's evolution was the desire to join with Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress in South Africa as the anti-apartheid movement was heating up. And we see the same with the ICL today. Like the SWP, the new ICL wants to push to implement the ANC's Freedom Charter, which was a program for a bourgeois democratic revolution, although with some fairly radical social measures. Incidentally, the charter was written by supporters of the Stalinist South African Communist Party, whose watchword of a national democratic revolution, like Lenin's RDDPP, did not go beyond the bounds of capitalism. And when the reborn ICL calls to implement the Freedom Charter, their new South African paper does. As their new South African paper does, that is in fact the position of the SACP and the ANC, whose maintenance of super-exploitation of black labor was symbolized in the 2012 Marikana massacre. But where Lenin, with his formula, was fighting for revolution against the bourgeoisie, the South African CP, which you are tailing, is essentially fighting to administer that capitalist, neo-apartheid capitalist exploitation. There's much more to be said about the ICL's new anti-imperialist clothes in Mexico. Its call for a united front with the government of AMLO and his Morena party would stand in the way of the necessary struggle to break workers from this nationalist but in no way anti-imperialist government, which is now trying to force the so-called independent unions back into the straitjacket of corporatist state control of labor. Once again, in equating the RDDPP with permanent revolution, the ICL leaders justify this with a subterfuge, conflating Trotsky's call for independent proletarian support for the expropriation of imperialist-owned oil companies with making a political bloc with the government of Lázaro Cárdenas, which Trotsky never called for. With its vague talk of national liberation and nation building, the newborn ICL's program would be a roadblock to revolution if it had any impact, which luckily it doesn't. If anyone agreed with the line of El Internationalista, the bourgeois name of their new paper, they would join AMLO's Morena party and push from within.
5 minutes.
So here, there, and just about everywhere, the line of the new ICL, which now repudiates just about everything that Spartacist tendency represented when it fought for the revolutionary program of Trotskyism, would have terrible consequences if carried out in the class struggle. Nowhere is this clearer than over Iran, where they denounced the Spartacist tendencies' warnings against leftist support for the 1979 so-called Islamic Revolution. They take a quotation out of context to pretend that we equated Khomeini with Hitler when its point was that there can be reactionary mass movements. There were some problems with the initial formulations on Iran before we settled on the call for down with the Shah, no to the mullahs. But we told the truth about the mullah regime, whereas Spartacist 68 pretends that they were leading an anti-imperialist struggle. That was in fact the line of almost the entire opportunist left, from Islamic so-called Marxists to the Stalinists to pseudo-Trotskyists. And many acted on this as leftists streamed back to Tehran after spending years in exile to escape the dreaded Savak, the secret police of the US-backed dictatorship of Shah Pahlavi. But almost immediately, there were extensive arrests of leftists, followed by a wave of tens of thousands jailed in 1981, of whom hundreds, perhaps several thousand, were executed in 1988. The Stalinist Tudeh party, which had led striking oil workers into the arms of Khomeini, was rewarded by having its offices closed and its paper banned in 1979, with mass arrests of over 1,000 Tudeh members in 1982-83, with 45 of them executed as supposed Soviet spies. Because the then revolutionary Spartacist tendency was not taken in by the fool's gold of bourgeois anti-imperialism and fought for workers' revolution, we were able to warn against the impending slaughter, while the opportunists, as we wrote at the time, bowed before their executioners. And from the beginning, while politically opposing the Islamic Republic, we defended Iran against imperialist and Zionist attacks, threats, and sanctions, including calling, as we do today, for Iran's right to have nuclear weapons to deter and defend against the nuclear-armed US and Israeli warmongers. A couple of final comments. First, the new ICL leaders never knew the Spartacist tendency when it stood for genuine revolutionary Trotskyism. Not that this would make a difference, as they are deeply wedded to their nationalist politics. The latter ICL they came to had plenty of imperialist chauvinist aspects to their line, like declaring in Mexico, a US semi-colony, that the main enemy is at home. This was never the position of the revolutionary ICL, and in fact that line was cooked up to go after the Internationalist Group in the US and the Grupo Internationalista in Mexico. Secondly, the Spartacist tendency and the ICL, when they stood on revolutionary Trotskyism, told the truth to the masses and fought for proletarian revolution, while the born-again ICL tries to hoodwink them with vague talk of national liberation, copied from the Stalinists, who were past masters in pushing this line in order to disguise their refusal to fight for socialist revolution. This was true from Latin America to South America and Vietnam, where almost the entire left called for national liberation, while the SL called for all Indochina must go communist. Perhaps you're going to reject that slogan as well as being sectarian. Leninists and Trotskyists, I'm sorry?
45 seconds, maybe.
Yeah. Leninists and Trotskyists have always been sticklers for programmatic clarity. Seemingly small differences in political formulas can have enormous consequences in the class struggle. As we said earlier, the reborn ICL has done us and the workers' movement a favor by making clear that they are not, in fact, the continuity, the heirs of the Spartacist tendency that fought for revolutionary Trotskyism. They are its antithesis. The League for the Fourth International and its national sections today represent the revolutionary political continuity of authentic Trotskyism and Leninism. We have consistently put forward programs for revolutionary internationalist struggle, from picket lines mean don't cross, to worker strikes against imperialist wars, to calling for defense of Gaza and the Palestinian Arab people, coupled with a fight for an Arab Hebrew Palestinian worker state in a socialist federation of the Middle East. The new ICL, in contrast, is putting forward one gimmick after another, many a transparent call for class collaboration, while others are just nonsensical. So when you see Spartacist on their publication, we counsel caveat emptor, buyer beware. And in conclusion, let me say, hands off Trotsky's permanent revolution.
Okay, we are now going to enter into the discussion period, and I'll start by apologizing to those who may feel disappointed and disgruntled that there's not enough time. The organizations sponsoring the event have determined that they want to hear from the organizations that spoke on the first round. So independents are, and myself included, are not going to be speaking. So apologies for that. We've had a long day, and we can begin now with the speakers from the ICL.
My name is Charles. I'm with the League Trotskyist League in Quebec in Canada. I'm a Quebecois communist, and I want to take a stand here for the basic right of the people to speak their own language, an oppressed people to speak their own language in their own country. The position of the LFI, their denunciation of our support, critical support to Quebec language laws, is essentially a reflection, a continuation of the old IS line on the national question on Quebec from the 1970s on. In a class struggle situation of historic proportion and importance for the oppressed people of Quebec in the 1960s and 70s, the International Spartacist tendency with your program stood on the sideline and indeed denounced the so-called privileges of the oppressed workers of Quebec to speak French. It was a crime which left in the hands of the bourgeoisie, of the bourgeois nationalists, and the name of Trotskyism in the hands of the reformists, the Pabloites and other reformists, and abandoned the struggle of the Quebecois proletariat for what should have been a struggle for revolution. And this is with your line that this is going to keep happening. It is a crime of the IST of the time, it's a crime of the LFI, it's a crime of the rest of the left in Quebec at the time. So yes, I want to address the question of the national question in Quebec, if you haven't noticed. Both we and the LFI now correctly call for the independence of Quebec, which is the correct starting point to address this, to take up the struggle for the leadership of the national and social liberation struggle. But indeed, the LFI denounces our defense of Law 101, the French language legislation in Quebec. For the LFI, this is a rejection of Leninism and an endorsement of chauvinist policies of the Quebecois nationalists towards minorities, but they are wrong on both counts. Marxists do reject nationalism of any kind, but Lenin also taught us that we have a very distinct approach to the nationalism of the oppressor to that of the oppressed. And Anna clearly explained the methodology of permanent revolution warrants that communists seek to compete with the nationalists for the leadership of the national liberation struggle. This is what the IG and the LFI refuse to do. And indeed, they denounce. Also, Lenin fought for an approach to the national question which is concrete. Law 101 was a law to a reform implemented during by the nationalist bourgeoisie in Quebec during the modernizing Quiet Revolution of the 60s as a defensive measure of the French language, and this is basic for Leninists to just defend this.
Speaker for the LFI.
Thank you. I'm Alberto from Grupo Internacionalista de México. The People's Front is not a tactic. It's the biggest betrayal. And the Spartacist League and the ICL have abandoned this basic understanding. A cornerstone of revolutionary Marxism with the recovery of the anti-imperialist United Front policy. Yes, as your program still says, this formula is used by Stalinists and other reformists to form political blocs with the bourgeoisie in colonial and semi-colonial countries like Mexico and many, many others. you want to talk about concrete. What would it imply to make a political alliance with López Obrador and Morena in Mexico today? Let's face it directly. Nowadays, there is a strike by high school teachers in Mexico City. Do you know that? Who are the bosses? The Morena government in the capital. This implies that when the teachers are demonstrating in the streets, Morena, López Obrador, and the mayor of Mexico City have a presence in the streets. And you know where? In the batons and the shields of the cops. So you are calling the Mexican workers to make a political alliance in the name of anti-imperialism with the bosses of the cops that are trying to break the teachers' strike. This is perfectly concrete. This is not words. So, what should we do? What we revolutionary Marxists do in these cases? To fight against the bosses with a program of political independence, of extending the strike to other teachers' unions, but mainly to the hardcore of the Mexican proletariat.
1 minute, please.
This, I guess, is extremely important. What would imply to make this political alliance with López Obrador in Mexico, whose main political goal is to reconstruct, to rebuild the corporatist system of social control? If you say that you are going to make this alliance, you are disarming the workers in front of this bourgeois politician and his populist bourgeois party. This is not a matter of words. This is a matter of a living struggle nowadays taking place in Mexico. Which side are you on?
Okay. Okay, the other groups that I will be calling on in this order as the Bolshevik Leninists from Australia, the Bolshevik Tendency, the International Bolshevik Tendency, and the Freedom Socialist Party. So first will be the Bolshevik Leninists from Australia.
Hello, comrades. I think the LFI charges the ICL of capitulating to the national bourgeois for a reason. They juxtapose the struggle for national liberation with proletarian revolution. This is the opposite of permanent revolution. Today, the bourgeois nationalists have a complete stranglehold over the leadership of the national liberation struggle. This completely stifles the struggle of national liberation and socialism. It is the central task for communists in the neo-colonial countries to break the working class away from such illusions. And this can only be done by championing national liberation, that we can wrest leadership away from this national bourgeois. But what does the LFI do in reaction? They reject the struggle. They see it as a capitulation to the national bourgeois. This, in fact, keeps them firmly in the hands of the proletariat, firmly in the hands of the national bourgeois. To the LFI, I ask you, do you fight for communist leadership of the national liberation movement? And if not, how do you break from the working class from such illusions as the nationalists of the bourgeois? Because if you do not do that, you cannot fight for proletarian revolution in the neo-colonies.
Speaker for the ICL.
Yes, I am Esteban from the Spartacist de Mexico. I want to talk about permanent revolution from the Mexican perspective, but for that, one must understand the history of the country. Mexico lost half of its territory to the US. It has been invaded several times by the US. The IMF imposes austerity and starvation measures on Mexico. The debt is unbearable. US imperialism is the direct employer of most of the workers. NAFTA and now the USMCA have devastated Mexico, forcing millions to flee to the US, and I can keep going. It is crystal clear that the imperialist yoke determines every aspect of the political, economic, and cultural life in Mexico. The whole history of the Mexican people has been one of resistance to imperialist plunder. Thus, a struggle for national emancipation is the motor force for socialist revolution in that country. Or as Trotsky put it, the anti-imperialist struggle is key to liberation. This is why we in the HEM decided to call our new paper El Antiimperialista. Every IG member knows about this history, but they consciously counterpose socialist revolution to the struggle for national liberation. The IG says that our perspective, and even the name of our paper, is nationalist, as Northern said. To think that it is nationalist to put struggle against imperialism at the center of our program in the main US semi-colony is simply a capitulation to US imperialism, but also to the populists by leaving them unchallenged at the head of the masses. The main obstacle now to the struggle for national and social emancipation is López Obrador, one of the most popular heads of state in the world who has sowed massive illusions that the bourgeoisie can lead some sort of a struggle or resistance against imperialist subjugation. Denying this, as the IG speakers did today, is just disarming. The only way to break the influence of bourgeois nationalism is to push forward the struggle for national liberation to its ultimate consequences, showing how the bourgeoisie betrays the fight against imperialism, exposing before the masses every vacillation and capitulation of AMLO.
1 minute, please.
The question of leadership is posed point blank. As Trotsky put it, we are in permanent competition with the national bourgeoisie as the only one leadership which is capable of assuring the victory of the masses in the fight against the foreign imperialists. Refusing to do this means leaving the anti-imperialist fight to AMLO. The IG just promotes abstract unite and fight liberal internationalism while denouncing the struggle against imperialists as nationalists. No! Proletarian internationalism between the American proletariat and the Mexican oppressed masses can only be forged through joint struggle against their common enemy, US imperialism. What about our former position on the Malvinas-Falklands War that the IG upholds? British imperialism attacked neo-colonial Argentina, and their position is to be for the defeat of both, another capitulation to imperialism. If Argentina had been victorious, that would have given a mighty impulse to the national and democratic consciousness of the country and would have led to the overthrow of the junta dictatorship. However, our defeatist position left the junta at the head of the anti-imperialist sentiment. That is the exact opposite of permanent revolution.
The speaker for the LFI.
Sharp for the LFI. I was won over to the LFI on the question of permanent revolution in South Africa. Previously, I'd been a member of the SWP and YSA. The ICL's revisions on this question parallel pseudo-Trotskyists in South Africa in the 1980s. They say that they want to implement the Freedom Charter, which they admit correctly that it's a bourgeois document, right? But they want to implement it. They want to take the place of the ANC and the EFF and lead the nation-building project. This is not permanent revolution. This is a stagist approach which will lead to and does lead to class collaboration. In the 1980s in South Africa, there was a very real prospect for proletarian revolution, and the would-be revolutionaries took the position that you are now taking today. So what we want from the LFI is political independence of the working class and to struggle against the capitalists. Permanent revolution is not about nation building. Principally, it's about solving the democratic tasks that cannot be solved under the bourgeoisie, but under the auspices of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Your literature does not say that. What it says is that you want to lead the nation-building struggle, right? It says you want to lead the nation-building struggle, and then sometime distant in the future, there will be socialism. You do mention socialism at the end. You don't mention the dictatorship of the proletariat, nor in the South African case do you mention a black-centered worker state. right? That has been jettisoned as well.
1 minute, please.
So the contemporary ICL, their position is not actually that dissimilar from elements of COSATU, it's the major trade union federation, and the SACP, who to this day say that they want to implement the NDR, the National Democratic Revolution, which includes the Freedom Charter. So what is your fundamental difference? There really is not one, right? There really is not. It's very difficult sort of reading your literature from the literature of the time to see any difference. And I guess I'll sum up by saying that...
Time.
No, okay. I won't sum up.
And the speaker for the Bolshevik tendency.
Yeah, hi, Christoph from the Bolshevik tendency. Comrades, this afternoon we have heard a lot of political name-calling. And while that can be a lot of fun, I'm not going to engage in it because I only have 3 minutes. So let me focus on the essentials. In 2001, the military aggression of the US against Afghanistan was underway. And at that time, the IG raised the criticism of the SL, namely that they did not call for the defeat of imperialism, while at the same time, the SL had made it clear, of course, that they were opposed to US imperialism. So at the time, we thought the IG is involved in a bit of stick bending here, and it wasn't such a big deal. But it turned out the IG was correct in their criticism, because the response of the SL included the following. They said, quote, "There is no way to defeat the inevitable drive towards war." Well, that is perhaps abstractly true, short of socialist revolution. But what is and should be done is, of course, to mobilize against an imperialist adventure of your own ruling class. DSL advanced another excuse for their position, which was that a land invasion by the US was unlikely. So the US wasn't really all that involved in Afghanistan, which is an argument that is repeated today in regards to Ukraine, where the SL suggests the US is not really involved in the war against Russia. Wow! That's one way of bending the facts to suit your position, I'd say. So the SL actually ended up denouncing an anti-imperialist position. And I quote again, "The call for a US military defeat is, at this time, illusory
1
and
minute,
the purest
please.
hot air and revolutionary phrase-mongering." End of quote. That was the position of the SL at the time, denouncing an anti-imperialist position in regards to the war of the US against Afghanistan. So what they did in Afghanistan in terms of their politics is repeated today, where the SL refuses to call for the military victory of Russia in its fight against NATO, the combined military might of the imperialist states. The IG originally shared that neutrality position, but to their credit, they have abandoned it. That's good. I'm really happy about that. And I hope that maybe you will examine some other questions that might be re-examined with a fruitful outcome. Thank you.
The speaker for the ICL.
Hi, from the British section of the ICL. Right, I'd like to step back a little bit and comment a little bit on the discussion from the two competing groups here, as well as the presentation. So on the one hand, our comrade talked about our tasks. What are the tasks of revolutionaries when it comes to the problem of revolution in the neo-colonial countries? And that task is to fight for leadership of the national liberation struggle, of the democratic struggles, fusing them together with the socialist struggle, using them as a lever for socialist revolution. And she motivated that the strategy for the neo-colonies has to put the struggle against imperialism at the heart of the revolutionary strategy. On the other hand, Comrade Nordin You spoke, I don't know, many things, but all of it was really defined by sticking to rigid formulas, reading the history of the Russian Revolution as if it was a sacred text. Let me tell you about that. That book also has a chapter on the problem of nationalities, by the way, which you apparently said was garbage. The problem of nationalities. That did play a fundamental role in the Russian Revolution. And the April thesis, it's not about the formula of what Lenin said. Sorry?
1 minute, please.
What Lenin said or what Trotsky said, but it's about what the tasks were. Both of them did share an essential identity in that they were both fighting for the proletariat to be the hegemonic force that would lead the revolution. Now, I just want to conclude by talking very quickly about the main enemies at home. You call us class collaborationist for claiming that to struggle against imperialism is class collaborationist. Now, I would just like us all to conduct a little imaginary experiment. Go to a peasant or a worker in the third world. Tell them to fight against imperialism is class collaborationist. You know what you would be doing? You would be handing them on a platter to the nationalists, thereby reinforcing the hold of the key obstacle to the fight for national liberation, to the fight for socialist revolution. And that was precisely the problem with our intervention on Iran. We denounced the mullahs, it was correct. But what about the struggle against imperialism? That was what was absent in our entire approach to Iran. What we repudiate about our intervention in Iran is not that we denounce the left. The left did play a criminal role. But we denounced the fact that we did not actually use the aspirations of the Iranian masses to struggle against imperialism to actually show that the mullahs were an obstacle to their aspirations. Is that time?
You have more time, actually.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. What else? The Anti-Imperialist United Front. It's like you guys don't understand what we're trying to say. Again, it's about, it's about program. Sorry, notes. Trotsky, if you seriously carefully studied Litha, we said a quote from Trotsky. He said he would make a united front with a devil and his grandmother. Okay? So now, was Trotsky being class collaborationist? You decide, are you slandering Trotsky or us? I don't know. But in fact, how are you ever going to expose the nationalists if you do not engage in those united fronts in the course of the struggle, exposing their vacillation?
The speaker for the LFI.
Hi, I want to speak about China because it is, number one, the major focus of U.S. imperialism, the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine notwithstanding. And secondly, because it's such a powerful confirmation of Trotsky's permanent revolution. The events of 1925 to 1927 were decisive, not only for showing the betrayal of the attempted united front with the nationalists, but also forcing Trotsky to extend his generalization of the permanent revolution from Russia to the rest of the underdeveloped world. Now, the ICL claims to defend China as a foreign worker state, but on every key issue, which I'm going to enunciate a few of, they end up siding with the CIA. And by the way, just one further point on the Anti-Imperialist United Front in China. It's not like Mao didn't keep trying. In the 1930s and the 1940s, he kept trying for a coalition with Chiang Kai-shek, but he wouldn't take it. But today, the ICL champions, under the guise of opposing Han chauvinism, champions the national rights of the Tibetans, the Uyghurs, and others. Guess who else is pushing that line? The CIA. The ICL denounces the brutal lockdowns with workers chained to their machines in China, which is, of course, a lie, and ignores the fact that China had a few thousand deaths as a result of COVID. The United States, the world's most advanced industrialized capitalist country, had more than 1 million dead. The ICL denounces the man-made islands that China is trying to establish in the South China Sea as a somehow
1 minute, please.
trampling over the national rights of countries like Korea and the Philippines. It is precisely those islands that the United States is forming a encirclement strategy around to prepare for a first strike against China. And lastly, I'll talk about the relationship with Poland. Presumably, because of the national oppression of the Polish people, communists in Poland should have blocked with Solidarność. And so I noticed that you've repudiated your position on that. And just finally, the Fourth Congress, it's been stated before by our speakers that we stand on the first four Congresses of the Communist International with reservations on the Fourth Congress. If you read the proceedings, every speaker who mentioned Islam praised it.
Time, please.
The entry into the Kuomintang was endorsed.
The speaker for the IBT.
I'm Josh Decker for the International Bolshevik Tendency. The ICL now projects, quote, national liberation as the fundamental lever for proletarian revolution, unquote, instead of Trotsky's view and the view of the IST in its revolutionary period, that class struggle under Bolshevik leadership is the motor force or the fundamental lever for socialist revolution, even in countries of belated capitalist development. They even resurrect the anti-imperialist United Front, as we've discussed, and moot the idea of the slogan of the democratic dictatorship, which Lenin himself said was outdated 107 years ago. Now, we're in basic agreement with what Comrade Norden has outlined here in his presentation. But there is a big problem in the LFI's claim to be the true heir of the revolutionary IST. We published an open letter to the ICL, to the IG, and other groups that claim the heritage of the IST. We called that open letter the baby in the bathwater. We're saying the ICL is throwing out both, but the IG is trying to keep both. What the programmatic baby is something that we very much do need to discuss in a comradely and serious way. That's urgent now in the present period of global capitalist destabilization and heightened class battles. So we're proposing a conference to talk about what the programmatic baby looks like and how to apply it today. But we also have to talk about the bathwater. The ICL actually seems to be open, although they are laughing at this. Very good. But will the LFI? So far, they have refused to offer a serious account of their own purge from the IST, the ICL at the time. But that actually matters. They claim that it was the demoralization caused by the destruction of the Soviet Union. But that can't explain why the trial of Socorro had so many parallels to the 1979 show trial of Bill Logan, or the 1981 purge of the Australian section. It doesn't explain why the SL liquidated its trade union work in the 80s. And it doesn't explain why, under Comrade Norton's editorship, the Workers' Vanguard called to save the lives of U.S. Marines when a couple hundred were blown up in 1983. We have to talk about these things.
Time, please.
Is the LFI self-confident enough to engage in that process?
If we have one more round of discussion, we are going to go over time. One more? Fine, okay. One more from the, we'll start with the ICL.
Yeah, I speak for the ICL. I'm from Spartacist, South Africa. We proudly stand on radical implementation of the Freedom Charter, and the South African proletariat better lean on that program if it's to lead a struggle for national liberation and overthrow the Rand laws together with their imperialist backers. What is so objectionable about the Freedom Charter? Is it nationalization of the mines, the banks, or the general democratic questions that speak to emancipation of women, land reform? Yes, it is not our program. We proudly say that, you know. It is a radical bourgeois program. You comrades act like Lenin did not carry out the SR's program on the land question, you know. Opposing nation building in neocolonial countries is nothing but a naked capitulation to imperialism. This refusal to admit that imperialist domination gives rise to national democratic tasks which the proletariat can leverage in its fight for social emancipation means counterposing for 1,000,000 times a fight for socialist revolution to national liberation. For us in South Africa, you know what that means? Dismissing a fight for black liberation. That puts you squarely in the same camp of the racist Rand lords, okay? The white ruling class. That is white domination, okay? And when you look at the actual tasks that are posed for the proletariat or the South African proletariat that confronted in the course of fighting for national liberation, you have to deal with addressing artificial colonial drawn borders that have nothing to do with the black masses. You have to deal with instituting industrial developments, for example, rolling out roads, building other means of communication to overcome, again, colonial or imperialist dictated underdevelopment. And that is nothing short of consolidating a nation, okay? Even more, consider the land question and the system of chieftaincy. These abject tools of new apartheid, loved by all manners of petty bourgeois nationalists, are an obstacle to expropriation of land without compensation. You know, they prevent black women from inheriting lands of their deceased husbands on the pretext of tradition. Do you seriously think that these tools can be expropriated and swept aside without challenging and competing with the nationalist forces for the leadership of the national liberation struggle by putting forward a revolutionary-centered proletarian strategy to fight imperialism? Obviously not. Trotsky wrote to his South African comrades in the 1930s, imploring them that through proletarian methods, boldly take the solution of the national problem in your hands. It cannot be otherwise. You know, the historical weapon of the national liberation struggle is only class struggle. That's what our masthead says.
Time, please. The speaker for the LFI.
So the ICL wants to lecture us on the struggle against imperialism. Are you kidding, comrades? For 28 years, the ICL refused to advocate independence for Puerto Rico. In 2009, starting with the French section and the whole ICL, they refused to advocate independence for the French colonies of Guadeloupe and Saint Martinique. And now, today, they are still for statehood for Puerto Rico if the people want it. No. Communists are against imperialist annexation. The ICL, no. In 2010, they supported the invasion of Haiti by the U.S. Marines to lord it over the black population. The ICL in Europe denounces all those who oppose the Dublin III deportation law as bourgeois liberals. This deportation law is used to deport refugees who have made it to Northern Europe back to their country of entry in Europe, usually Greece or Italy, where they're incarcerated and sent back to their country of origin, and many times finish up in the prison hellholes of Libya. And anybody who is against this, according to the ICL, is a bourgeois liberal. They denounce the call to let refugees in. At the same time in Britain,
The ICL howled along with the anti-immigrant right, demanding Brexit now. The campaign for Brexit was a chauvinist circus with the anti-immigrant right screaming for keeping Poles and other immigrants out of Britain.
1 minute, please.
Racist attacks significantly increased during this xenophobic campaign. We of the LFI abstained on the vote while calling for mobilizing the working class in defense of immigrants, refugees, and minorities. Lastly, the ICL refuses to defend self-rule in southeastern Ukraine or support the express will of the people in Donbas to be part of Russia. As a basic defense against ethnic cleansing, where they've murdered 15,000. Why did they do this? Because they refused to defend the target of U.S. imperialism, Russia, and so they turned their back on the ethnic cleansing of people just because they speak Russian.
Time. And now the speaker from the Freedom Socialist Party.
First of all, I'm Stephen Durham from the Freedom Socialist Party. Regarding Mexico, from our perspective here in the United States in collaboration with Mexican comrades, we agree with the League for Fourth International around AMLO. The permanent revolution has three different concepts. The first is that in this epoch, only revolutionary leadership can meet the needs of the working class, and that's where the party comes in. And the second point is internationalism. And as Trotsky said, the future of socialism will be concluded or defined in the international arena. And the third one is the permanent aspect of it. And it's our view in the Freedom Socialist Party that this is critical, that you see women and people of color moving forward in this time given the retardation of the socialist revolution. And that brings us to socialist feminism and also the black struggle, which is that revolutionary integration was written as a critique of the SWP when the question of black liberation was really on the agenda within the heartland of U.S. imperialism. And that was the last great revolutionary upsurge, although there have been others. So it's that third aspect that's so important. That's why we're socialists and we're feminists, and that's how we explain the revolutionary dynamic of women moving out. And we in the Freedom Socialist Party, along with our organization, the Radical Women, which is an autonomous women's organization, we both don't accept the bourgeois leadership within the women's movement, but we say that we're socialist feminists and that the Bolsheviks themselves were, and many of the tasks that were posed by the Russian Revolution at the time then were not completed by Stalin, and then there was, in the social arena, there was complete regression. And we see it happening in Argentina, in the United States, in Ireland, and other places where women and people of color are moving forward. Please. And that is, that's what I wanted to share with you. And I'm really happy I was here, and I look forward to talking to you or working with you in the different arenas where we encounter each other. Thank you. And I hope that when you come to our forums, maybe the Spartacist League will be very respectful in your comments rather than denouncing us as being pseudo-Trotskyists. That is not productive for building our movement. Thank you.
Okay, it's time to close off this session and the day. The summary by the LFI will proceed now for 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
There's a lot to say and I don't have enough time. So I do want to answer on the question of Greece. The struggle in Greece is not for national liberation, it's for international socialist revolution together with all the countries in Europe. The Greek Civil War was fought on the program of national liberation by the Stalinists when it should have been a struggle for international communist revolution. And that program, together with the Stalinists, prevented the struggle for Balkan Socialist Federation at the time. There is no separate national bourgeoisie or comprador bourgeoisie in Greece. Greece is a sub-imperialist power. It controls much of the world's shipping. It is a banking presence in Eastern Europe. And Alex Tsipras proved that there is no separation between the national bourgeoisie and the other bourgeoisies of the imperialist European Union. On the referendum, it was known beforehand, it was perfectly obvious that this was a maneuver by Tsipras to get a no vote, to bargain with the bankers, after which he would capitulate to them. We called for abstention because this was a ploy, this was a fraud, and you participated in that fraud. We did not just call for abstention, we called for workers' action, for occupying the ports, for occupying the hospitals, for shutting down the railroads. That is workers' action against the imperialist oppression of the Greek working people and all Greek people through their austerity program. What you did is you tailed after the bourgeois nationalists. Secondly, on the communist someone asked about the communist leadership of the National Liberation Movement. We call for socialist revolution to resolve the national oppression and imperialist stranglehold. To pretend that you can have national liberation without socialist revolution is a fraud and a lie that you're hoodwinking people with. Speaker from the ICL British section said, how can you expose the nationalists if you don't engage in United Fronts? We intervene in the struggles against imperialist domination to expose the nationalists. On the IBT's proposal for some kind of a conference, I would say simply, there is no family of Spartacism any more than there is a family of Trotskyism or a family of the left, and you're not going to build a revolutionary party by a Spartacist family reunion, but only by the intransigent struggle for the program that the Spartacist tendency was founded on, which the ICL has now renounced, and which the two branches of the BT and IBT fled from at the start of the second anti-Soviet Cold War. In terms of the comparison of the trial of Socorro with the trial of Bill Logan was guilty as charged. Socorro was persecuted. And on Malvinas, the support of the Argentine nationalist left to the military adventure of their generals is what sank the possibility of workers' revolution in Argentina. There was a burgeoning workers' movement at that time. The generals called for their adventure in order to head it off. The left bought it, and then when it was defeated, there was a wave of defeatism seized Argentina, and it was because the left supported that war, it was the bourgeoisie that profited from the fall of the junta.
The ICL speaker for 6 minutes and 38 seconds.
First of all, I thought, Comrade Norden, in your presentation, you said it will not be an academic debate, but actually, you know, you didn't weigh any way forward. I would like to say something. In Results and Prospects, Trotsky wrote that Marxism is above all method of analysis, not analysis of texts, but analysis of social relations. Your presentation, the majority of it, it was basically an analysis of texts, of text really, material reality and how to prove that you're not based on a material reality. You think that Greece is an imperialist country. I'm sorry I'm going to say that, but if you actually think with the key events that are put, it's not all the history of Greece, that Greece is not oppressed by imperialism and actually rules the world together with the US bourgeoisie, then really you need to drop off politics or go with the Communist Party of Greece. But I suggest you do the first. It's incredible. About Mexico, you should read Trotsky actually on Mexico, how he says, he says the revolutionary struggle of Mexico is really to compete with the national bourgeoisie. That's what it says about Mexico. And you should read and actually defend the nationalizations and Cardenas against the imperialists. And actually, I have a quote here about Mexico and Latin America. And it says, the article is, anti-imperialism is the key to, anti-imperialist struggle is the key to liberation. It is clear to me, at any rate, that the internal tasks of these countries cannot be resolved without a simultaneous revolutionary struggle against imperialism. Condemn him. Condemn him. About the anti-imperialist united front is only against the imperialism, comrade, is not about the workers, to expose them. To expose them. About the referendum is a very socialist position, but I'll explain what my presentation did, what yours did. My presentation is really Marxist, based on social relations. It gave the material basis of all the oppression, showed the picture of the country, then shows how the proletariat struggles reflect that oppression. This is the motor force for revolution. And the civil war in Greece, that's what happened, but it was under the false leadership. Class collaborationists and the Greek Trotskyists, in reaction to that, they rejected it. They rejected take a side against the British. They rejected take a side against the Wehrmacht. And they left the anti-imperialist struggle to the Stalinists and to the national bourgeoisie. And we're starting here because of that now, without the socialist revolution in Greece. So what's your answer? How you break the nationalism from the masses? Nothing today, nothing. How? How are you gonna actually make a revolution in Greece? How? How? Nothing on that issue, nothing. Because your material reality is not material reality, it's just ideas, some text from Trotsky, some text from Lenin, and some blah, blah, blah. Let's actually criticize some of the people, you know? But let me tell you why materialist reality is very important. Okay, you need to draw your tasks. How the bloody you gonna draw your tasks? I'll give you an example. Everybody here goes to work every day, I think, right? Okay, so before they go to work, they open their window and they see, is it raining or is it sunny, you know? Should I put my boots on? Should I have an umbrella? Or should I put glasses, you know, sunglasses? It's very simple as that, how you draw your tasks as revolutionaries. And then in my presentation, after the struggles of the proletariat, you see, and it flows like a bloody river of Marxism, which says that the national bourgeoisie is the enemy to defeat, is the force to defeat, but the main enemy is imperialism. And for that reason, because you cannot understand the material reality of combined and avariant development, is a jingle for you, blah, blah, blah. You cannot understand this, that determines the role of the bourgeoisie and how the illusions spread because of that exactly. What you reject is the leadership of the anti-imperialist struggle. And I tell you what, why? Because you don't believe, it's really the roots of opportunism. Because the masses, you believe that the masses cannot break with the nationalism under a communist leadership, and shows how you underestimate the masses and the strength of the proletarian vanguard. And it shows insecurity about your own program because you don't know how to make a revolution in the neo-colonies. All shades of opportunism are, in the last analysis, reducible to an incorrect evaluation of the revolutionary forces and potential of the proletariat. This is Trotsky. The road, and that's mine, the road of refusing to struggle against imperial subjugation is the road to the Second International. And I tell you what's the outcome of that. The main goal of communism, what it is, comrades? World revolution, okay? Rejecting to champion the national liberation struggle is a betrayal of that principle. If the proletariat of the West refuses to support the colonies to emancipate from imperialism, then there is no talk of workers' revolution.
1 minute,
it means
please.
that we'll remain slaves, mere objects, and condemn the Comintern for that. Mere objects under the great masters. And in the imperialist centers, the workers will beware the chains of social chauvinism. It will strengthen their bondage. So no workers' revolution there either. It's the road to catastrophe for human civilization. That's actually the consequences of your position. And whatever, little things you say about the past, Comrade Node, I respect your history and everything, but what you put forward today, there is nothing. How? How you break the nationalism? How do you say to workers to break nationalism? How you do a revolution? What is the material reality? The workers in Greece, they have suffered centuries of that. Centuries. That's it.
Thank you, Bryan.
Well, that concludes our debate, and I want to thank the ICL and the FLI for putting this on and for having the courage and the principles to stand by their political positions. So thank you all very much. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the organizations, and we'll give everyone a round.